What's up, everybody? Hey, Shard. Hey, City. Hey, Steve. Fuck El Salvador. Now we're gonna send them all to Alcatraz. Well, we'll chat about it. Good morning, everybody. How are you all doing today? Hope everyone's doing all right. Look, honestly, you shouldn't be surprised. We were gonna be sending people to camps, like in general. That was always part of the plan. And Alcatraz is a pre-built prison. The prison industry has been taken off. Like it just all kind of tracks together. Spend hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars to do it, of course, but like, of course, they don't care about that. That money just goes into their friends' bank accounts. On top of that, Shard, when I came into office, the prisons were so small and so bad, and now they're great, so beautiful and so big. I brought back the great Alcatraz. Such a great patriot, such a great man. Don't we love him, folks? And it was all thanks to me, your favorite president. Who the fuck is he talking about there? In this hype, even better than George Washington, favorite president, of course. But like, does like the joke mean that he thought Alcatraz was a person? I thought they would go with I don't know, Alcatraz maybe because of Al Capone, because Trump really likes Al Capone. So maybe it would have been something more like, back in the day, they used to house people like Al Capone here. You know, I'm the only person who's been prosecuted as much as Al Capone. Nobody else has ever been prosecuted as much as I have. And so, you know, that does track. Aye. All right. So I suppose we should jump right into it. We have a lot to talk about today, and a lot of it's going to be rather long, so I want to get some, like, house cleaning stuff done first. First and foremost, if you live in California Bay, maybe you should pay attention because there are warnings being prompted in your area. I thought about doing that, but was already halfway done. Fair enough.
And we're following some breaking news out of Northern California for a fire at a refinery. Here's our coverage from CBS News Bay Area from earlier today.
If you remember the
This is video from
fire, which was really bad, this is also pretty bad.
Earlier, because this thick black smoke is coming up on all of the highways in the area. We're talking 680, Highway 4. You can see this huge plume of black smoke. And anybody who lives in that area is being told to try to avoid this. Close your doors, close your windows, stay inside, because we don't know what is in that smoke right now as far as air quality. The Bay Area Air Quality District is on the way to try to determine the health effects of what is going on right now. But this is an evolving situation.
Look, it's still burning. It produces, what is it, fire that broke out in a 145,000 barrel per day refinery. So it's an oil refinery. So it's burning oil, which is really bad to breathe in. So if you live anywhere around here, don't go outside, close your windows, don't use like a pulley, like air conditioning system, all that. Black smoke, no, that's just the industry at work, baby, and anyone who makes us wear masks is gay, obviously. I do love that.
Again, honestly, taking a look at some of the pictures from within the past hour of that refinery, anyway. You can see here in this live picture, or this is the time lapse from within the past hour, and you can see how the smoke has just been really continuous. Again, coming from the oil refinery there in Benicia, the Valero oil refinery, and there was some sort of fire that broke.
Let's see, where actually is this? Valero factory, California. There's a few. But I'm going to go ahead and guess the one by California Bay is the one, considering that's the one they said. Now, where's California Bay? That's the question. California Bay. If wearing masks is gay, I guess I have to wear my mask too. You should. This is the fire, I believe. It's this refinery. So if you live by San Francisco or Sacramento, like, this affects you. So, well, I do know it's in California. Thank you. Thanks for the tip, actually.
Broke out at about 9 o'clock. Now, this refinery has been in the news recently. You might have heard they're about to make some significant changes to their operation.
Yeah, I'm sure they are now.
Potentially not processing oil anymore. They said that they're going to stop operating in the way that they have been operating by next year. But
okay, so is this an insurance scheme then, or did they set the factory on fire to get the insurance money or something? Look, this is bad. It's
and we have
gonna
Charles
cause some
Clifford.
health problems.
They're
if you don't pay attention.
And my understanding is the fire was kind of right in the middle. You might be able to see kind of some green stacks with a little bit of black there on it. I guess there were ladder trucks operating there, and that's where the fire was. So the good news here, it looks like they've got that under control. Currently don't see any smoke except for a bit of a haze kind of in the distance. We do have a pretty good breeze blowing today, which is probably helping to dissipate.
Reuters reported an hour ago that it's still burning, so be careful. Now, on some good news, Albanese said he spoke with Donald Trump, and I just love this, like, I don't know, vibe, and I'm curious to hear what he said, because this affects my future.
The Prime Minister, with a certain swagger, returns to work.
Hey, gay.
Ascending Capitol Hill, arguably at the peak of his political power.
Yeah, when you come in with a mandate like that, yeah.
We've been an ambitious government. We'll continue to be an ambitious government, but we won't get carried away.
It'll be hard not to. Saturday's election delivered a Labor landslide, decimated its political rivals and achieved Anthony Albanese's long-held ambition.
I want Labor to be the natural party of government, but it's very clear that we will have a substantial majority in the House of Representatives.
No majority
So you
in
better
the
get shit done, mate.
Senate, but Labor looks to have increased its numbers and may be able to solely rely
What's up,
on the
Wet Camera?
Greens to pass legislation the coalition opposes.
The Greens are now in sole balance of power in the next parliament.
A power he's being warned to use wisely by a prime.
The last time they had this power, they didn't do what I liked, so let's hope they use it a little bit better. Thankfully, it's only in one of the houses here. Would your ambitious government please start trying to attract scientists from America to Australia? Well, Europe already has, so I wouldn't be surprised if Australia does next. That's actually one of the segments we're going to do today.
Prime Minister with policies he's determined to implement.
We have a clear mandate to build more housing. The key is supply. The key is supply. Get out of the way.
The Greens housing spokesman who opposed
if you have
Labor
a scientist background, you can get a visa to Australia. I can almost guarantee it.
plans in the last parliament is out of the way and out of the parliament, one of the party's casualties on Saturday, on a night that saw voters reject a lurch to the left and right.
There's a lot of blame to go around here.
And one senator's directing it all at leadership aspirant Angus Taylor.
The economic narrative was just completely non-existent.
What?
I'm not quite sure what he's been
What are
doing
they
for
saying?
3 years.
But
Like, again, it's right-wingers now. Of course, ABC has to do the both sides bullshit. Great. Have fun with that. But in terms of Europe,
The French president has labeled the policies under the Trump administration that are impacting research a mistake. Emmanuel Macron making those comments at the Choose Europe for Science conference hosted by Paris. The EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen was also in attendance, and she outlined how the bloc would launch an initiative package worth some 500 million euros. Take a listen.
500 million euros specifically to get American scientists to move to Europe is a big deal. I just want Australia to help me pay to move there. I mean, you probably could get something like this to work. You would just need to email a bunch of people and, like, actually try and go around the system, which I'm sure is somewhat possible. Not necessarily going around the system, but going through the system slightly differently. It's not unreasonable.
I can announce that we will put forward a new 500 million euro package for 2025 to 2027 to make Europe a magnet for researchers. This will help support the best and the brightest researchers and scientists from Europe and around the world.
Let's cherish free and open science.
Like, especially with stuff like this.
And reject a diktat that would mean a government can say it's forbidden to research this or that. women's health, cyclones, or the climate. Every time, lives are put at risk. It's the progress of humanity that's called into question.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
We can now bring in David Paltiel,
not
professor.
only was that speech like correct, but yeah, everyone wants scientists except America. Why wouldn't they?
At the Yale School of Public Health. Thank you so much for joining us on the program today. You're based in the United
States. Actually, speaking of, instead of listening to him, let's listen to her on American scientists and how they're feeling.
Vera Kuklina is trying to remain positive, but the geographer has just received an email that many researchers in the US have been dreading. Her grant has been cut.
That was shocking. It was concerning about the future because my research is almost 100% depends on National Science Foundation.
In a few weeks, she was meant to head to the Arctic to study indigenous populations and how they're adapting to global warming, a topic of research that President Donald Trump is now refusing to fund. Since his return...
Yeah, Sundry Clown Car is exactly right. You can make that work. In fact, Shard, like, DM me after stream and I'll see, like, what I can do. Because I, at least in Australia, have an awareness of the immigration system that most other people might not. I mean, like, I didn't have a lawyer write my applications. I wrote that stuff myself, so I know how immigration law here kind of works from the perspective of the immigrant. Not necessarily from the perspective of government, but like I can do something. We tariffing movies yet? We are in fact tariffing movies, but we haven't gotten to that yet. Right now we're looking at how US researchers are fleeing America and how Europe is spending 540 million euros to try and attract researchers. I'm gonna try and get my GPA up over the summer. Hopefully that will help too. Sure, I'm pretty sure that you won't need it to get it with your skill set. Australia lacks skilled workers dramatically. Like, we really need skilled workers, specifically engineers, manufacturing jobs, industry professionals in fields that we are trying to develop, as well as like medical professionals, which we need a lot of as well. So like, there's always a shot. Manufacturing, you say? I do say. Because we do have quite a lot of resource extraction, but part of the new government's plans are to start getting some manufacturing industries going, and that's an option. No, genuinely, like, leave the United States, come to Australia. What is fast becoming a regular Visora 2-part segment? What's he done this week? / common Australian W.
Into the White House, Trump has sought to reshape higher education in the US, which he accuses of promoting an ideology that is too progressive. Among the topics in the firing line, climate studies, research on AIDS, and the history of segregation. As a result, thousands of American researchers have lost their grants or have been laid off. Protesters have been taking to the streets to defend academic freedom. Some professors have gone even further, including this philosopher, who is considering leaving the US.
In a democracy, universities are there to teach the facts.
He already did, didn't it? Yeah, he did.
They're not there to breed patriotism. It's one reason that I am probably leaving the United States.
Really?
Trump is also...
Yeah, like when the people whose job it is to study fascism leave the country you're in, that's kind of a sign that you left like over a month ago. It is what it is. This is interesting. A 4th great white shark has washed onto Adelaide beaches this year. And generally, like, I wouldn't care, but 4 sharks washing up on a beach in a year is interesting.
A shark measuring almost 3 metres long has washed up at Henley Beach. Locals jumping in the water, trying in vain to keep it alive. Fisheries officials were soon called to retrieve the great white, which is the 4th to be found dead on the SA coast in as many weeks.
Oh, 4 in a month. Holy shit, that's even more, like, wild. That is notable, remarkable, rather. They killed the Safe Sleep Initiative, potentially killing a lot of babies. Yeah, makes sense.
A great white trapped on Henley Beach this morning, beachgoers taking on the risky rescue. At one point, the shark starts to swim about,
Thank God we're
but
not
it's
defunding shit.
short-lived.
Look, it was struggling, it was rolling around, its belly was up, it looked like it was pretty sick.
Concerned spectators watch on as the shark's fight for life comes to an end.
Oh, poor thing got sunburned.
It's a traumatic thing, it's a very saddening thing to see, a marine creature like this pass away in front of everyone.
The near 3-metre creature on the beach for everyone to see, fins, teeth and all.
Someone wanted Shark Week, so.
A crowd quickly gathering to see the apex predator close.
Like 4 in 4 weeks washing up on the shore? What is happening that 4 in 4 weeks? It's not like there isn't a bunch of, oil spilling out into it. They haven't mentioned missing livers, so it's not orca attacks. That's pretty small for a great white as well. Yeah, but maybe that's why. Maybe the babies aren't making it. There is a lot of change in marine life based on how the ocean temperature has been shifting. We've seen changes in where marine animals tend to spend time, migration patterns. What is going on here that's causing 4 sharks to die in a month?
Up.
Or they're having to look closer to shore for prey. That's another option as well. But like, I wouldn't think so down here, where we're pretty good in South Australia. We don't like overfish or anything even.
What do you reckon, mate?
Just incredible, man.
What do you reckon?
What a monster.
Fisheries in charge of removing it, the task proving somewhat difficult, but it wasn't long before the shark was taken away. Seeing the shark washed up this far north is particularly concerning. Fisheries will now examine the body to work out exactly what's gone wrong. It's one of 4 great whites being examined. A shark washing up at Ardrossan just last week, another recently at Aldinga, and this juvenile at Port Wollonga last month.
Like, I need you guys to realize, like, the area that we're looking at is, what did she say? Aldinga is down here, and then you have Henley Beach, which is like up here, well into the Gulf. The Yahoo Australia article about this has the headline that is a quote, "This isn't normal." Yeah. Also, if they're getting closer and closer to shore, it increases chance for accidents with humans. Yeah, it does. What were the places that she listed? Hold on.
Another recently at Aldinga, and this juvenile at Port Wollonga last month. Another
Aldinga.
being examined. Exactly what's gone wrong. It's one of 4 great whites being examined. A shark washing up at Ardrossan.
Ardrossan, Aldinga, and Port Wollonga. Well, Ardrossan would be, I don't know. Port Aldinga, though, is on this side, I believe. But like either way, like the sharks are coming into the Gulf. Look at the place for this. 4 in a week have not only swam into this specific Gulf, which is not necessarily where like a marine animal looking for food would be looking. It's not their first choice, you know? There's a lot of open water, there's a lot of fish in the sea. If they're coming this close, that means there is a problem with finding food out here. Ardrossan is in the York Peninsula. That makes sense. That they were... Is this the York Peninsula? Oh, this one is. Ardrossan, there it is. So, like, yeah, these are coming pretty far north into the Gulf, which means there's a inability for them to find food further out to sea, which is disturbing.
Just last week, another recently at Aldinga, and this juvenile at Port Wollonga last month.
Look like they haven't.
And that's what I mean. It's incredibly abnormal for them to be in the peninsula in the first place, let alone washing up like this.
There's been some mucus around the gills, which is something that's a bit unusual.
Some experts concerned it could be connected to the algae bloom along parts of SA's coast, hoping the latest research could soon.
That makes sense. Hold on. South Australia algae bloom. So they're sick. Yeah, well, like mucus makes it sound like they're sick. And then there's this from a month ago.
Fleurieu local Anthony Rowlands has been monitoring this beach and finding countless dead marine life since problems began more than a week ago.
Yeah, it's pretty sad that this shouldn't be happening.
Authorities were alerted when foam started washing up on Waipinga and Parsons beaches near Victor Harbour. They ran tests and new results have found the cause, a microalgae named Karenia mikimoto.
I mean, it's 27 degrees Celsius today in South Australia, which is 80 degrees and it's autumn, so probably not just yet.
I think that the bloom has been driven by a large marine heat wave which has engulfed our waters for the last couple of months.
Last week's bloom also had an effect on surfers and swimmers, many experiencing a cough and a rash after going into the water.
Yeah, that'll
Not
do
that
it.
it fixes the marine problem.
There's something
but
further out that's connected to that that's almost certainly fucking with the sharks.
yeah, just knowing that it's not something that could be worse or man-made is quite a relief.
Locals didn't wait for the OK to get back out on the water. Many out surfing and fishing today, despite the beaches remaining closed.
They saw the foam on the beach, they saw the scum on the water and they went out anyway. Probably not the best decision to make.
While the microalgae causes a toxic effect on fish, SA Health says it isn't harmful to humans.
Obviously you shouldn't take fish that are already dead on the beach because they're decomposing.
Today's news came as a relief for locals who are still seeing dead fish wash up on their beaches. Authorities...
At least it's not, you know, shit that we're dumping into the ocean or something. That would be much worse. Now onto something funny. Donald Trump was asked about the Australian election. And his reply suggests that he had no fucking idea who Peter Dutton even was. Now, whether I believe that or not doesn't matter. He probably actually didn't because no one tells him anything. But...
Australian election, Conservatives did very badly.
Oh, hold on. Connecting to chat problem. Did I just drop off? Did we get an L? Stream down? No? Okay, we're back up.
Just like in Canada, they're saying it's the Trump effect again. In Australia, there was an election this week.
Well, I don't know. Albanese, I'm very friendly with. I don't know anything about the election other than
he just won again. He was re-elected.
The man that won he's very good. He's a friend of mine.
Tariffs were not the act of a friend. Will you be speaking to him now, congratulating him on his win?
Well, I can only say that he's been very, very nice to me, very respectful to me. I have no idea who the other person is that ran against him. And, you know, we've had a very good relationship.
Oh, that's the best send-off for Peter Dutton, is the guy whose dick he was riding. Is just, I don't even know who that motherfucker actually even was. Imagine losing your country's election because you ran it as Make Australia Great Again, and then the guy who came up with your slogan just doesn't even know who you are. Trump's brain is cooked. Yeah, he's absolutely cooked. Whether he knew who Dutton was and he forgot is a possibility, but I like to think that just no one tells him anything unless he needs to know, because he is very loud and brash and will make decisions that don't benefit the people in charge. Trump doesn't kiss and tell if you're a loser. Aye. Now, I want to see this, because this could impact other countries. Voting trends that have come out based on age and gender in Australia, because this was the first Australian election where millennials and Gen Z outnumbered Gen X and boomers.
Well, young voters held a large amount of power in this federal election. For the first time, Gen Z and millennials outnumbered baby boomers. Dr. Intifar Chowdhury is a lecturer in politics with Flinders University who researches the youth vote, and she joins me now. How much of the youth vote do you think really played in to particularly the Liberals, the landslide losses that they received, particularly in those urban areas?
So this time around, we've been talking about the youth vote clumping together Gen Z and millennial voters. So we've got 18 to 45, which actually made up about about 48% of the electorate. So obviously that had
18 to 25 made up 48% of the electorate. Holy shit.
quite a bit of an influence at how the results played out. Young people tend to be socially more progressive and also very allergic to sort of extreme ideological tendencies that the coalition tried to play. And that definitely, alienate a lot of young people away from
sorry. If 48% of your electorate is millennials and Zoomers, the right ain't winning.
Opposition.
Was it? I mean, it wasn't that was it that surprising for you, given what played out here with the youth vote?
Not necessarily, because from my research, what I know that younger generations tend to be issue aligned and can swing based on what the moment demands. And if you look into the election campaign, what the electorate really wanted was stability. It was
No. Wet camera ink. I'm going to talk about this later when we talk about tech, but my theory is that the only smart people left are millennials and older Gen Z and boomers. Because these are the groups of people that didn't, that either were too old to want to pick up a smartphone or young enough that they grew up with various versions of this tech and developed technology literacy. Gen X just fell into the hole because it was designed for them. And then the younger Gen Z and then Gen Alpha and all of them, they're all just growing up in the hole of brain rot. And Australia is America. Like, Australians, for the most part, by and large, are the exact same as Americans.
Rather than sort of fantastical policies or divisive policies, what people were after were some sort of stability in an environment of global chaos where they're sort of grappling with hip pocket issues.
No more easy
so
answers.
It's really not that surprising to me that they chose stability.
You mentioned those hip pocket issues. We know that this was a cost of living election. I want to ask you how gender played a role in that, and particularly how the female voters.
I'm more curious about the male voters
were responsible for the part of the vote playing out.
Well, female voters, particularly younger females, tend to bear sort of the brunt of the cost of living crisis. They are the ones that got hit by the most.
Support your streamers.
And as we know, the coalition definitely has a woman's.
Well, Gen Z is one of the generations that aren't brain rotted. If you're young Gen Z, I'm sorry, but your brain has rotted a bit. It's not your fault, and we're right there with you. It's not like our brains aren't rotted. It's just a different kind of rot. I love simple stories, but they're usually wrong. True.
Problem, but what was rather abrasive was policies like, the anti-work from home pitches, which further alienated female voters, not just the highly progressive, highly educated, affluent sort of females in affluent electorates, but also in outer suburbs as well. So that definitely had a massive effect on the results.
There's also been some surprise in the Greens.
You're not even going to ask about the male voters? Motherfucker, that's the whole reason I'm here.
Well, in the House first, obviously.
The Senate.
You know what? Fine. Let's have a look. Australian election results by gender. Elector count by division, age group, and gender. Cool. PDF. Am I just gonna... Okay, that's fine. So, if we look at 18 to 19, broadly, how do I know who they voted for? This is just like the amount of voters? This is just the amount of voters in that district. That's very annoying. This is not what I was looking for. I want vote tally. Vote tally. This is so much easier in America when we have resources like 270 to win, or I don't know, polling websites that you can just look at this stuff. Yes, I see record-breaking women's votes. Where are the men's votes? Map key, national vote tally. Okay, do that. No, it's gonna be too much. Let's just look for a video. That makes it easier. The last time I did check in on what Australian men are like, it wasn't as bad as America. But they definitely have some of the same brain rot. All of these are going to be pre-election polling data. That doesn't matter. You want to see my top 10 favorite moments in politics? Now, this isn't my personal list, but these are some amazing moments in politics. And I think we should just take a second to laugh at these before we move on, because the next stuff we're going to talk about is much less fun. So, first of all, I don't remember this one. I don't remember Obama saying this, but I love that he did.
Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too.
If you hate cops just because they're cops, the next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead.
Wakanda forever. Paid for by Kamala Harris.
I'm just chilling in Cedar Rapids.
Excuse me, President Reagan. President Reagan.
But I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Nobody
Oh, it was great. The last one is my absolute favorite.
dispute the fact that we need.
Bill Clinton is a rapist.
True.
Get back in the business of creating a more peaceful world. Please clap.
Clear, you're not taking any arrows out of your quiver. You're not ruling anything out.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Prove your...
Was that Chris Christopherson that just got tackled into the podium by Reagan's Secret Service? I think so. Probably.
Your manhood by putting up a video that splices images of you in between oiled up shirtless bodybuilders.
The scenario reminds me of this popular meme of a guy playing Uno.
This is a simple meme that you would find on the internet, but this meme is very real.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
Nothing will ever beat that. It's just, now watch this drive. And Shard, you said this earlier, and you're so right. If Trump was actually good at golfing, he would do more shit like this. Like this not only slaps, like it's very funny, even decades later, but it is like in the moment, like it's kind of just, it's hard.
Internet, but this meme
goes hard.
Is very real.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you.
Watch me take this drive.
Now watch this drive.
You fooled me once, you fooled me twice, can't get fooled again. God damn, Bush was the man. He was horrible. Like he was horrible, but he was very funny. It makes you want to like him. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? That it actually makes you want to like him. Okay, well, I suppose we can let me get some of these set up because the next part is not fun. Bush understood that terrible policies delivered with a smile are better received. That's true. We will engage in a holy war to secure the future of the white race, but first, golf 5 ever, baby. To be fair, Bush did warn about people wanting holy war and the nativism and the nationalism and all of that. Like, he made a speech about it. Hold on. If you don't remember, was this speech? Bush speech on...
States in the internet world.
Yeah, Shane can rock
I do believe there will be a rational immigration policy eventually passed. I think there's going to have to be some time. What's interesting about our country, if you study history, is that there are some isms that occasionally pop up. One is isolationism, and its evil twin protectionism, and its evil triplet nativism. So if you study the 20s, for example, there was There was an American first policy that said, who cares what happens in Europe? Well,
This guy looks like a goddamn PhD compared to the new regime. I mean, true. He did go to an Ivy League college. I guess he paid a little bit more attention.
what happened in Europe mattered eventually because of World War II. There was Smoot-Hawley, which was a part of an economic policy, which basically said we don't want trade. In other words, let's throw up barriers. And there was an immigration policy that I think during this period argued we had too many Jews and too many Italians, therefore we should have no immigrants. And my point to you is we've been through this kind of period of isolation.
Like, he wasn't as dumb as we claimed that he was. And he did kind of warn that that's where we were going. I still find it funny that even war criminal Dick Cheney hates Trump. Well, that's because they're ideologically opposed. Cheney is a neoliberal. Like, he's a neocon, but like neoliberalism is neoconservatism. They're the same thing. And so like he hates Trump because Trump is working against what he wants, like the actual intention of Cheney, or what he worked for. Bush sold compassionate conservatism and many destructive policies, but he would give you a smile and a pat on the back while doing it. Well, he was not an idiot. Like, he was not a man-child. I almost miss Bush and his funny Bushisms. Me too. Like, I don't miss Bush, but I do miss... Not that. I do miss his Bush-isms. So I guess you guys got a little spoiler about what's next. Cheney was war hawkish, but not on his fucking trade allies. Yeah, he wanted American hegemony. He didn't want, like, Chinese hegemony, and that's why he's not a fan. Oh, wait, actually, I forgot. I jumped straight to, Israel, but I forgot we have to talk about India and Pakistan first for a moment, because, it's looking a little, dark over there. His administration was good at propaganda that fell under the radar. Yeah, I mean, like, that was the time where we had the Patriot Act as well, and there was a lot of similarities in how the government cracked down on speech then than there is to now. I mean, we've gone a bit further now, but the terrorists never stopped thinking of new ways to harm the American people, and neither do we. That was a good one. That was a real good one. All right, so India and Pakistan are not having a good time. Now, this is a TikTok with this guy eating popcorn on it, and I want you to understand that this is serious. I did find the actual, like, channel that this is hosted on, but there's about 50 billion videos on this channel, and they're all, like, an hour long, so finding this specific bit of a clip was not going to be what I spent my time on. So we're going to watch it like this, but then I do have a more comprehensive video on it. Yeah, revenge coming is not a good way to start it. And by the way, I'm pretty sure, like, this is Indian news, but I think just calling Pakistan, like, Pak is a pejorative. Like, the Pak view. Like, it just sounds racist to me. And it would make sense, because this is one of the most racist regions in the world. But, let's have a look.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, let's get serious.
Very serious.
I think there is nothing in the war, and I'm pretty much sure you don't want to wage a war against Pakistan, because even you yourself
are wrong.
Pakistan.
We won't war this time.
You know it very well.
You are saying that you didn't go to war? Now you're scared? Now you're scared because we are coming after you.
Backing you big time this
We are going to get you by your tongues, by your necks, and we are going to burn you to the ground. I've been saying it again.
That's the reality.
पहले पठानकोट किया, फिर पुलवामा किया तुमने, और पहलगाम किया।
मर जाएगा।
2004 में you did Kaluchak.
Naval forces, they are on the border.
We will show you what a massacre looks like. We are going to come and massacre you.
The question is...
Yeah, so that's not good, because remember that both of these countries have nuclear weapons. Both of them do. And they're firing at each other already.
Further escalation between India and Pakistan after last week's deadly attack on Indian tourists in disputed Kashmir. India says those attackers had Pakistani support. It's a claim that Pakistan denied.
Okay, I'm going to make it real clear. I don't believe those attackers are from Pakistan, because Pakistan has said, we want an independent investigation into this. We didn't do it. And India's not open to an independent investigation, and Modi is a fascist and is losing popularity, which would make sense in that, like, they need to get the war machine going, because that's how fascism works. It makes more sense that this was either an accident that's being taken advantage of, or a false flag by India, because again, they're the ones that don't want the independent look into it. They're the ones that don't want anyone else to come in. They're the ones that say, no, it actually is Pakistan, even though Pakistan says they're not. They're the ones that are the aggressor here. India view versus Pakistan view, and the apparent neutral middle ground, which is no escape for Pakistan. Yeah. She looks like a war correspondent that looks kind of excited for a new war. Well, I mean, the pause frame maybe. But this is DW, so this is German news. Just off that, I'm like 70% sure that it's false flag. It makes sense. Again, like, why would Pakistan say, like, hey, wait, let's get someone else to look at this. We didn't do it. When, if they did it, like, they would just say, no, we did it.
But the situation has triggered military activity on both sides of the border, and the people of Kashmir continue to live under constant pressure, facing not just the possibility of physical danger.
It's J.D. Vance, otherwise known as Hillary Clinton in a skin suit's fault. Yeah.
But also deep emotional and psychological stress.
Pakistan's military is on high alert, conducting intense drills across land, air and sea. Military Chief General Asim Munir
it's not just drills. They are actually firing at each other.
Has warned of a swift and resolute response amid concerns of a possible strike from India. Delhi blames Pakistan for last week's deadly attack in the town of Pahalgam in Indian-administered Kashmir. Pakistan flatly denies any involvement. Islamabad is also emphasizing restraint, urging the international community to step in and help prevent the crisis from escalating further.
I don't think that we have an international community that can manage that, you know?
That Pakistan denies. Delhi says its security forces will track down everyone involved in the attack, promising that no perpetrator would go unpunished.
If
someone thinks...
So, I don't care about that. Like, it just, this is getting heated, and these are two nuclear powers, and a war between them would be really bad. The last time India and Pakistan were this close to war, like, America stepped in, and so did, like, the international community, and we're like, hey, guys, maybe cool it down a little bit, and, yeah. These guys hate each other. I'm almost surprised that there isn't more wars between them. Well, I mean, that's the benefit of both sides having nuclear weapons, is that neither side generally wants to start a war with the other side. And India's been a bit focused internally. Remember, this is one of the most, like, tense regions ethnically. They all hate each other. Even Indians in India hate different Indians also in India. Not even just Pakistan, just a different part of India. International community is kind of busy right now, and America is run by clowns. No one's running America right now. Like, there's nobody at the wheel. But you know who is at the wheel somewhere is Netanyahu in Israel, and they have said that they are now conquering Gaza. That's the new plan.
The Israeli Security Cabinet has approved plans to expand its assault in Gaza and militarily occupy the entirety of the Gaza Strip. Israel has begun calling up tens of thousands of reservists. The army chief says the decision is aimed at intensifying pressure on Hamas. That is, despite growing calls from inside Israel for a deal that would bring Israeli captives home. Let's speak to Hamda Salahut, who's reported extensively on Israel's war.
It still shocks me how little the rhetoric has changed. Like, bring the hostages home. Motherfucker, it's been a year and a half. Like, they're not there.
On Gaza.
Well, how do you expand an assault like the entire place is already leveled? You occupy it. They're conquering it. They're taking it. It's not a new plan. It's just, you know, continuing onward. This is the part where the 2 million Palestinians who are still in Gaza are, I don't know. There's a question about what to do with them, you could say.
Both in Israel and from Amman in Jordan. At this point, what exactly do we know?
Well, we know that this was a unanimous decision by the Israeli Security Cabinet last night to not only expand their operations within the Gaza Strip, but also to seize the entirety of the Gaza Strip. This is something that members of Netanyahu...
Annexing. They're annexing it and making it Israel. They're going to do it with the West Bank next.
Whose right-wing government, the Fringe Voices, as we previously thought, this was their dream all along, to take over the Gaza Strip. But you have to remember that many of them didn't even leave Netanyahu's government when the ceasefire came into place because they were promised a, quote, absolute takeover of Gaza. So the Israelis are kind of redefining what their war goals here, because clearly after more than a year and a half of fighting, they haven't been able to contain Hamas. They haven't been able to defeat them.
Motherfucker, this has been the war goal since the very beginning, but okay.
They haven't been able to ensure their own security, but more importantly to the Israeli public, they haven't been able to bring about the...
It's like they were given Cole's notes, talking points a year and a half ago and just never updated them. Makes sense. Gaza, then the West Bank, then southern Syria. I would also go with probably southern Lebanon, maybe either before or at the same time as Syria. The fascists don't really stop until they get stopped. It does tend to be that way. And there's nobody who's going to try and stop them.
Release of the Israeli captives. So with this plan, the new army chief of staff says that this is going to be the way to do that. But of course, there are going to be risks. And within Israel already, this is not popular, saying that the Israeli government is going after land grabs, prioritizing that. And these right-wing...
There's been protests to the point where there are Israeli protesters in front of Netanyahu's house. If that didn't make them care, then no, they don't care. I just found out actually that recently Nettie was USA raised. Yeah, a lot of Israelis are actually born and grow up in America and then go to Israel. Makes sense.
Of ideals over the lives of the captives still held in Gaza.
Yeah, there has been a shift, hasn't there? Because in the beginning, it was all about getting the captives back officially. And now, in the last few weeks, we've heard one of the far-right ministers, Bezalel Smotrich, say actually his priority is the land in Gaza. And then a couple days ago, we heard the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu echo that sentiment.
Well, if you've heard from these members of the far right, the ultra right within Israel, they've been saying since the start of the war, actually, that while they want the captives back, it's actually not their priority. Their priority is the destruction of Hamas. And while
which you'll never achieve, which they have said. We've watched Yoav Gallant say, oh yeah, no, you can't actually get rid of Hamas like that. And so, no, the whole plan has just been take Gaza, take the West Bank, take more land for Israel. Well, thanks for the sub, Easy Rex. I mean, oh, also.
This is apropos. Well, it comes as Israel has for weeks now been trying to ratchet up pressure on Hamas to get the militant group to agree to its terms in ceasefire negotiations. And ahead of the US president's expected visit to the Middle East this month, Israel has approved plans to effectively seize the Gaza Strip and to stay in the Palestinian territory for an unspecified amount of time.
Apparently, they're waiting until Trump will go there first, but like, I don't believe that, and I don't think Trump really gets much out of the I don't think Trump Gaza is ever really going to be a thing.
While also controlling aid to the besieged enclave. Details of the plan, which will see tens of thousands of reservists being called up, were not formally announced, and its exact timing and implementation remain unclear. With the latest, here's Emerald Maxwell.
Look, first they came for the Palestinians, guys, and we let it happen.
All day, vehicles have arrived at this military drafting station in northern Israel after tens of thousands of reservists were called up as part of Israeli plans to expand the operation in Gaza. In a video posted on X, Prime Minister Netanyahu said the new offensive would be intensive, but stopped short of detailing just how much of Gaza's territory would be seized.
We decided on a powerful operation in Gaza. This was the recommendation of the Chief of Staff to, as he said, defeat Hamas. Gaza's population will be moved for its own protection.
Where? Where are they going to get moved? How are you going to move 2 million people? Are we building trains and camps, Netanyahu? Is that what we're doing? How are you going to move those 2 million people? If Trump shows up, it'll be after the children are buried and after the villages are raised and after the hotels are built where he can slap his name on somebody else's bloody hard work. I mean, true. They're going to move all of the Palestinians to Germany? they're gonna get 2 million people out of Gaza to Germany. I mean, it would be impressive if they did. He will move them underground. That one makes more sense. Yeah, they all get a tiny little room underground, or maybe like one big room for them all underground.
A move that would likely amount to forcible displacement. Already in control of around a third of Gaza's territory, Israel says the expansion will help bring back hostages. But their families don't buy it. They protested against the plan at Israel's parliament, calling
But they
instead...
can't do that. The border to Egypt is a big fence that the Palestinians can't go through. And Egypt has military on the other side because they, or at least they did. They had tanks stationed out there last I checked because they don't want exactly that happening. But, I mean, I guess, like, maybe. There's no practical way to do this without just, like, slaughtering a mass amount of people. There's no way to do it. Either they say, okay, fine, we'll hop on a plane. 2 million people you're gonna move. That's expensive, first of all. Not happening. What do you have left? You're gonna run them over? No, they're gonna stand and they're gonna die. You're gonna massacre 2 million people to do this. There is no way to do it other than that. This will come back around someday on Israel. Crazy how well it has gone for them so far. You can thank America for that. One day, I'm excited that I will hopefully be alive one day to watch the Hague trials of all of these criminals all around the world. Or that they're going to try and force them to the south, makes them easier to kill. There's nowhere to go that's south. I don't see anything stopping Israel from doing this except Hamas. You think Hamas can stop them? No, they're just doing this. They're gonna keep doing it. They've been doing it.
Dead for a ceasefire deal.
Take it.
The mother of one hostage called on soldiers not to report for reserve duty for ethical reasons.
We are all under.
You gotta remember that Israel doesn't want to get rid of Hamas or Hezbollah entirely. They want at least a little bit of them to survive. A fascist government needs the eternal fight. They have the eternal victim complex built in. Do you genuinely think Netanyahu and Gallant will stand before the ICC? Maybe not them. Maybe their successors, but somebody will one day. One day, somebody will.
Understanding that the continuation of the war will not bring the hostages back. We have seen that hostages die during warfare.
Israel ended the last ceasefire with Hamas in March,
There will be.
after which it resumed attacks on the Strip
Even if it's not in our lifetime, there'll be justice for these people one day.
and imposed a total aid blockade. Surveys show dwindling public support for the war among Israelis, but in Jerusalem Monday, some expressed support for its expansion.
All the hostages are dead. They either died from bombs that Israel threw at them or they died from starvation.
I think as an Israeli citizen that it's a smart move to fight.
Oh, you want to deport the illegals? I found one in my chat. Here you go. You can get deported. Goodbye. Have fun in the gulags.
Finally address the root problem properly. Unfortunately, we can't really have peace with the other side.
I think enough innocent people have died. And yeah, I do not really trust our government.
An Israeli defense official says the expansion won't happen before Donald Trump's visit to the region next week.
That's what I meant.
Allowing for the possibility that Israel might agree to a ceasefire in the meantime.
It's so funny to me that we still even pretend the word ceasefire means fucking anything when the last 3 we've witnessed have not ceased any fire, but it is what it is.
I believe we're about to have a Great Depression.
Okay, so economically in America, wait, what the fuck? What do you mean? YouTube chat. Oh yeah, that's just YouTube chat. It is what it is. I doubt Hamas would let the hostages starve. No, they wouldn't. But like, you think that they can get food? There's no food in Gaza. There's nothing coming in. There's no aid. There's no water. There's no medicine. There's no food. There's been cut off for months. They're all starving to death, or died from Israel's bombing. Look, in America now, we're about to like get hit pretty hard economically, and I need you to understand not just why and what's going to happen. Those are important, but there is more to it than that. It is the fact that we did kind of get to enjoy life. We got a little bit of a roaring 20s. Shush, please. And I hadn't considered that before. But no, we kind of did get a little bit of a roaring 20s. Not the same way, but it does make sense from a grand scale. Just shocks me that people can watch a stream about Palestine conflict and be like, gotta get the illegals out, zombie shit. Well, yeah, it's zombie shit. And conflict is a very sane washing term. It's also true.
You believe we're about to have a Great Depression and we never got to have a roaring 20s. Beloved, us millennials were out here playing Edward 40 hands, building 8-foot-tall beer can wizard staffs 3 times a week. Every single week from like 2003 to 2022. They had to ban the OG Four Loko.
I remember the OG Four Loko getting banned.
Party rocking so hard, the federal government had to step in. Like, is that not enough for you? You know, like, sure, we didn't have bathtubs full of gin, but we did have dubious trash cans filled with an equally dubious liquid that for some reason was always called jungle juice. You know, we didn't have jazz, but we did have Jay-Sean. You know, we were out there in apple-bottom jeans, boots with the fur, getting low, brushing our teeth with a bottle of Jack. We invented the bottomless mimosa. But we didn't even want to stop partying for breakfast. We looked at breakfast and you thought, you know what would make this better? Unlimited booze. And we were right, goddammit. Like, I'm sorry future generations hate fun. They think having fun is cringe. You know, I'd like to remind everybody that ACAB also includes the fun police. But
now,
like,
I don't know what he's referring to at the end there, but like, yeah, even the Nerf Four Loko is fucking dangerous. I loved Four Lokos though back in the day. I remember drinking one of the non-nerfed ones when I was still like in high school. I'm too Canadian to get half these references. Really? You should know all of those references. I like that ACAB includes the fun police. That's true. It does. But we did definitely get... We got to party rock a little bit. And now, afterward, we get this. This is the Great Depression variant of it. This is what working in America is like now, and will be for a long time.
Bro, look, we need employees, man. You want to come work for us? Yeah, well, what job I'm going to be doing? All of them. But we're going to pay you for one. I get a lot of money. You get some money. How much you think it is up to you. What about benefits? We're going to pay you every 2 weeks. Ain't that good? That's amazing, ain't it? That's some tight shit, ain't it? Oh, well, what days will I be working? Okay, I can get that information for you, but first I need a little bit of information from you. How many days out the week are you usually alive? What the fuck? So far, my average is 100%. Shit. Well, if that works for you, it works for us. Hold the fuck up.
Yeah. Gotta love capitalism. How much you think it is up to you. Yeah. I mean, that is how they see you. I wish that they would just be more authentic about how much disdain they hold for the rest of us. By they, I mean the upper class. Like, just be honest about the disdain. Stop pretending that you give a shit. It feels better to just, I don't know. That's why I like Cyberpunk. I want someone to, I don't know, slur me, say some bad shit instead of just pretend that they're nice and then fuck me over behind my back. Just, if you're gonna fuck me over, do it from the front. Like this. Trump says non-US movies will be hit with 100% tariff. Basically, we're making fun illegal, and this is gonna make movies that, you know, are made in America more expensive in other countries, which is going to harm the movie industry here, as well as, like, you know, TV, Hollywood as a whole. Because if we're tariffing theirs, they're gonna tariff ours, and yeah. I follow this massive job subreddit, and America's job market is super bleak. Yeah, as in, like, you can find a job, it's just gonna be a shit job, and you're gonna need, like, 3 of them.
President Donald Trump has announced new tariffs on all films made outside the United States, claiming Hollywood was being devastated by a trend of American filmmakers and studios working abroad. He accused other countries of luring film crews with tax breaks, calling it a threat to national security. The move comes as
national security, motherfucker. It's the making of movies and TV, which are often filmed in several countries. I don't know. This tweet actually duped me. I read Trump talking about reviving the movie industry, and I was like, oh, maybe that could be nice, right? No, it's tariffs on films. Yeah.
the White House is under mounting criticism over its trade policies that have seen Mr. Trump impose sweeping tariffs on countries around.
Maybe our movie industry does deserve like a nice kick in the ass to get them to stop being lazy anyway. So, fair enough, Ilirda. Non-US video game tariff is really gonna hurt. Yeah, wait, if they do that, that's gonna hurt. Like, the movie industry needs help, yeah, but at the same time in America, maybe they need to get a little bit, more panicked. You know, sometimes panic and chaos can, produce good outcomes. Excuse for them to raise streaming prices, that they'll probably do, instead of actually, you know, getting off their ass and learning how to do their job better. Maybe we'll get a European Netflix soon that just is better. No, you can't shoot down our Air Force propaganda in Budapest. No. You gotta shoot it in America. Why? Well, because. What's the benefit of Budapest? Well, it has, you know, like the specific terrain that we were looking for. And like, you know, we had people in the Pentagon work out the best way to make this propaganda work. So, you know, we picked a location accordingly. No, sorry, you're gonna do it in Montana. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. They just brought up taxes, but, you know, dump. I don't even know how you feasibly tariff a film. Aren't they all streamed anyway? How the fuck? Well, I guess for box office movie theater stuff, but it's more, I think, tariffs on buying the physical copy, which no one does anymore. But it will absolutely raise streaming prices because we've seen this with other industries that are getting tariffed, where things that don't get tariffed but are somewhat related to things that do also go up in price. Like washing machines got tariffed, but dryers didn't, but dryers went up to match the washing machine going up. This is going to wipe out the Vancouver-Toronto film industry, but it might revitalize Canadian. Well, like, this might actually make other countries make better movies and say, fuck you to America. That'd be great.
Around the globe. Writing on his Truth Social platform, he said, I am authorizing the Department of Commerce and the United States Trade Representative to immediately begin the process of instituting a 100% tariff on any and all movies coming into our country that are produced in foreign lands. We can now speak to film, TV and culture critic Ashanti Omka. Thank you so much for joining us on BBC News. So what do you make of
I still don't know how he could do unilateral price controls on this unless it impacts not just like movies, but the entire industry.
The president's claims that the American film industry is being devastated by other countries luring film crews to their countries.
Like, how does tariffs fix the fact that film crews are going to other countries?
Well, certainly filmmaking has been a very global thing for over a century now. It's been such a big industry that makes so much money globally. The global box office is huge. And a lot of those films that make that money are Hollywood productions.
I gotta pee. I'm gonna leave you with this until we come back, because then we're moving on to the next segment, because I really, like, this is a nothing burger to me. But it does matter. Like, it's not nothing. I wish all the MAGA people in Hollywood a very shut the hell up forever. Just leave. Like, I don't know why you're mad if you live there. He's just mad that his show is shit. Yeah. Yep. It's only American movies. Yes.
And in this case, it is quite a blow to the industry to hear that 100% tariff is going to be put on these productions, just because mainly these huge, Hollywood productions, the Mission Impossibles, the Marvel films are being made in different parts of the globe. And that's the appeal of these films. The whole idea is that these films are being loved across the globe. And it is a very worrying thing for the film industry right now. And we don't know exactly how these tariffs are going to hit, but it's going to impact the industry for sure.
And so what could it mean for the type of films and TV series that are actually produced in the end if these tariffs were imposed?
they're just going to become much more expensive. So if we take something like James Cameron's Avatar Fire and Ash that's been made in New Zealand, if they put 100% tariff on that, say the budget for that film was 500 million, that'll already, you know, it would already cost double that for it to be bought, to be sold to different territories. It definitely is going to affect how these are made. It's going to affect the budgets. It's going to affect the type of talent that these films will attract also. And the same goes for TV series, because certainly he has mentioned only cinema right now, but TV shows are made in throngs.
This is
not
genuinely like incredibly dumb. He's just, yeah. Right now, I wouldn't film my shit in the USA anyway, not trying to get my actors detained. Yeah, like, even just traveling into the US from European countries is not safe. Like, we've had German citizens detained by ICE for weeks. We've had Canadians. It's not safe to come to the US. It's just not. Don't come here. It's cool. This cultural critic seems like a chill person. Yo, Pinewood Studios. I don't know what that is. It's in no way worrying unless one wants complete control over the area of the market. Yeah, like, this is stupid. It's good for the rest of the world, bad for America. Which is a theme, you know? Good for everyone else, bad for you.
Said this week, got a lot of attention. You were at your cabinet meeting. You said, quote, I'm going to quote what you said, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30.
Yeah.
And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. Are you saying that your tariff...
Literally degrowth. Maybe you'll have $2 instead of 30, and maybe they'll cost a little more.
...will cause some prices to go up?
No, I think the tariffs are going to be great for us because it's going to make us rich.
But you said some dolls are going to cost more. Isn't that an acknowledgement that some prices will go up?
I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old needs to have 30 dolls. I think they can have 3 dolls or 4 dolls. Because what we were doing with China was just unbelievable. We had
Now, like, we were getting a lot of cheap treats from China that we don't need, but that's not the point he's making here. The point he's making here is that shit's gonna cost more for you. So I made a pledge to stop paying for American media this year, going to subscribe to CBC Gem instead. Nothing but 80s reruns of and the Green Cabals for me. I don't even know what that is, but I do have to unsubscribe to some American media channels soon. He's not lying. He doesn't mean us as in like the USA. He means you as in the 1% and their buddies. That's true. Do you ever tell the truth? No, I don't really think I do. I need to. He doesn't. He literally does not. In fact, he said 2 things in this back-to-back that conflict.
Said this week, got a lot of attention. You were at your cabinet meeting. You said, quote, I'm going to quote what you said, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30.
He literally said that and then says it again later in the video, but
yeah.
And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they
literal quote from him
would normally. Are you saying that your tariffs will cause some prices to go up?
No, I think the tariffs are going to be great for us.
Then why does it cost more? If it's pretty bad if he's admitting to it. He doesn't admit to shit. Like, he's still not. He's still not. This is America now, by the way. You only get treats if
What? She just called a baby the N-word.
She what? I know how to deal with her. Get her! A brand new car! That's right, mediocre white woman. You are today's winner on The Privilege is White. We will be sending you on a 5-day, 4-night, all expenses paid trip to meet the Clan Grand Wizard. What?
That's the only thing they care about right now. That's the only people that will get any amount of positive attention. Meanwhile,
baby, if you thought the Seattle and the Los Angeles ports was getting fucked, oh honey, they ain't the only ones. Y'all peep this shit.
Congratulations.
Now, it is not only Seattle and Los Angeles. It is Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Houston, New Orleans, Miami, Virginia, New York, Boston, San Diego, and the Great Lakes. If y'all don't know where the Great Lakes is, that's right above where the fuck I live at in Michigan. So, with that being said, there has been rapid reports of shipment
of empty shelves, shit not coming. Right? There's no treats left. It's all gone. But there will be more. We'll get more shipments. It's not none are coming. It's 30% of a drop in trade to the US, which will continue to go up, especially if we keep acting the way that we do.
It's not being here. You remember when they saying that 200,000 containers came to them empty. And if you actually go onto the motherfucking website, you can go and see it for your damn
That's also a very funny thing China did, where some of the shipping containers were just empty. Like, they just had nothing in them. The few malls that were still left are absolutely fucked, yeah.
And then when you go to
Walmart has empty shelves. Walmart.
Scroll over to like where most of our shit is being made at, in which case that is China, Shanghai, Hong Kong, and even Vietnam. Yes, we get shit from Vietnam too.
I am ready to
If you
start
look
for
at
the
all the
cause.
motherfucking ports over there, they bang it. They bang it like a son bitch. These ports
Have
ain't
you
going.
ever been on marinetraffic.com rather? It's rather interesting. Yep. I've seen the flight. I've used the flight view version of this as well before. Let me just make sure I don't accidentally dox myself. Cool. Like, there is ships around us, but like you see all of these arrowed ones. Arrowed ones are going somewhere. The dots are not, and there's a lot of dots. There's a lot of dots all over the place that are not going anywhere. And that's the issue here. Now, there will be more trade. It's not like there is no, it's not the cheap treats are gone. It's that they're coming less frequently and are more expensive. Now, yes, there is also the fact that like some of these shipping containers are showing up empty, and that's just trolling from China. But like, yeah, like you can look at the entire coast. There's dots all the way around, and it's not usually like that. They're mostly pleasure crafts, not a lot of cargo and tankers at the moment. Yeah, you can tell by the colors. Yellow, no wait, red is cargo in this one? Because there's like several websites for this one. Fuck you. Yeah, tanker. So tanker is red. Passenger vessel is blue. Cargo is green. All right. Like, there's a decent amount of green around. Let's do South Pacific. I want to see what they're looking like over here. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, they really are banging like a son of a bitch over there. But then you, and you see these coming over. There's a pretty big gap in ships. That there's still ships there, it's just less coming over. You're gonna see a lot less of that, but none of that is actually the point. You want to understand what's actually happening here, because it's not just degrowth, it's not just the camps. Like, all of this fits together. There is a cohesive thought pattern here being orchestrated from the top down.
The United States is switching to a shadow policy apparatus. Okay, a shadow policy apparatus. We're going to go through it because it's a mix of debt surveillance, migration control, and supply chain domination. And really understanding this will help you
This is like exactly what they keep talking about, by the way. So
kind of what's going on right here. So don't imagine ISIS immigration enforcement. That's the wrong way to think about this. It is a soft domestic army. Not just for immigration, but for control during social and economic unrest, functioning as a pretext for martial enforcement.
Remember, after 9/11, when we had the Patriot Act, we didn't have Department of Homeland Security. We made the Department of Homeland Security after 9/11, and now it is a keystone part of the government. ICE will likely become an agency similar to Homeland Security, where they're much more empowered.
Economic fear? No. Obedience tool. Keep recession fears quiet while creating the conditions, right? And then high interest rates, strategic job insecurity, high cost of goods to slowly consolidate behavioral compliance. And then legal ambiguity, right? Because if citizens can be mistaken for deportable, who really has status? This allows...
Which we're already at. We're currently already here. Like, everything that he just said has come to pass.
Behavioral compliance. And then legal ambiguity, right? Because if citizens can be mistaken for deportable, who really has status? This allows power to be weaponized through vagueness. Are you really safe? But then
everything
here's one
is
of the
so
things.
vague
A lot of
for a
people talking
reason.
about a recession, of this, of that. It's a control lever. Recession is a control lever, not a crisis. The suppression of recession headlines, right, would mean that economic spiral is being curated rather than responded to. So the Fed and the elites need to slow down, to cool wage growth, to break labor momentum, and to reestablish capital discipline. And the middle class collapse is being managed, not avoided. We're going to see like stealth liquidity extraction, right? Reverse QE, student loan repayments being reactivated, snap cuts, utility hikes, no cultural language around it, just quiet.
All of this is happening. And again, it is quiet pressure. Everything that's said is vague. Nobody knows what's actually happening. Anything that Congress puts out is much shorter than it was. Everything that we get is either from a clip, a tweet, or maybe like one page of writing. Reverse QE is a really good way to put it, yeah.
Pressure. And then the trade war as spectacle. The real shift is tech sovereignty. The China headlines, right, don't really matter that much. It's a global decoupling campaign. The U.S. is trying to pull critical manufacturing and rare earth reliance away from China without public panic. That is the whole goal, right? AI and
to be fair, the public is panicked, but to the degree that they want the public panicked. They're not overly panicked. This is working. This plan has been implemented and it is working.
Nationalism, that's the whole goal. That is the whole goal. Right? AI and microchip nationalism, that's the whole goal.
We have to disrupt this now before they consolidate. I've said this multiple times. This is their weakest point before they fully consolidated. Now is the time that we will have the best odds of making change. But that means you got to panic everyone more. Scare the shit out of your neighbors now. We're going accelerationism and accelerating the accelerationism to its upteenth degree of let's just panic the shit out of everybody to break their plan.
The United States consolidating control over chips and AI while quality offshoring inflation, right, and manufacturing externalities, right? China would be responding by building an alternative trade bloc, right? Think Belt and Road 2.0, but militarized. And then there's a return to national identity as economic strategy. If the deportation policies keep staying hidden how they are, right?
Again, you know, they're not deportations.
Here's what's going on really deeply. Here's what's going on, because it's actually a quiet cultural reconciliation. It's a narrative pivot to nativism, right? And economic fear becomes a cultural fear about others taking jobs or corrupting systems. The citizens versus non-citizens is blurred on purpose, creating a two-tier system of rights. So the missing headline that you don't see is that strategic collapse has begun, because there's
like, we're already here. That vagueness around like cultural identity. Are you American? Are you a real American? It's going to continue to be vague to the point where you won't be able to agree with people on purpose. They don't want you to be able to agree on anything. This is capital eating itself in the homeland. It sounds like UK austerity. The blueprint is already there. Yeah, because that blueprint came from the shock doctrine, which is what we've employed throughout like American history for a century now. We've done that to other countries. What the panic does to everybody is it puts them in a state of dissociation, it almost like a hypnotic state of they're more susceptible to propaganda. They're much more easy to control and manipulate. Like, the plan is disruption to the degree that you can't take it anymore and your brain just shuts down, which is what we've done for a century. Like, we practiced this. We did this in Iraq. We did this in Russia. We did this in Chile, in Argentina. We did this at home after 9/11, just not to this degree.
Is that strategic collapse has begun, because there's a missing headline in the news right now, which is why we don't cover the news a lot on this page, because the news is not telling you the story. And I don't know how to say it. I almost should go at them. That's how they're not doing it, because it smells a lot like the careful collapse of old post-World War II. That's what it looks like. Right? What we're not being told is that we're being withdrawn from globalism, but not as an act of fear, but as a way to remold. Domestic enforcement rises while external entanglements shift toward economic cold wars instead of military ones. The systems aren't failing. They're being repurposed for a leaner, more controlled state model. So So
that's exactly right. And it's the point that we did this when we colonized the Americas, also true. Everything will be confusing. Everything will be unclear. No one will know what the law is. And if they get far enough, no one will know what even the media is media anymore. And then we'll become the poor Russian, where is it? The poor Russian kid who jumps into a war on a bike for 15K in honor. Basically, yeah. No, you're right. That's the goal. It's the Russification of this country.
What we're actually headed towards is
smart.
freedom versus algorithm, governance by platform, social services, identity verification, even voting becomes tied to digital platforms managed by corporate governance sponsorships.
Hey, this sounds a lot like WeChat from China, eh?
And score-based citizenship. Not unlike China's social credit, but subtler. Access to housing, healthcare, and loans could depend on compliance metrics like attendance, payment behavior, speech records, even who you associate with online, and facial recognition, right? Cross-border biometric networks. Under the banner, right?
Hey, look, guys, if you have a computer or a laptop and you aren't a live streamer, maybe take a piece of tape and put that over your camera, just as a little tidbit. And maybe practice some digital hygiene techniques.
Of immigration control and national security, this will entrench surveillance capitalism as policy enforcement, and we'll get border militarism as domestic doctrine. ICE will evolve into a national enforcement arm. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Far beyond immigration, right? They will act extrajudicially.
They already are. They already are. I only watched the first 30 seconds of this to know that this guy was good, and there's a part 2. But like, they already are doing this. I don't even know when this video only came out 3 days ago. Jesus. They're already trying to move the medical debt onto your credit score. The basic American credit system has all the foundations for evil shit if it expands even slightly. Yeah, the idea is tie everything to the credit system, including how you behave.
Performing detainments, removals during civil unrest.
Every accusation is a confession. Remember how many times that they said, oh, you guys want the fucking digital social credit score or something? That's an accusation. That's a confession.
Economic protests or in emergency zones. The border will move inward, affecting citizens who appear deportable, meaning racial profiling will become infrastructural. Right? Then, right, we have economic citizenship, class-based republic. You'll get the corporate class Americans, right, with full access to mobility, healthcare, education, and legal immunity. Tier 2 working class citizens monitor and manage through benefit conditionality, job programs, debt forgiveness, and access tied to obedience.
This would be like the equivalent of the managing middle class now.
The non-citizens, refugees, and shadow citizens, those lost in data errors, legal traps, debt collapse, used for labor, feared, and narrative. And then the false faith economy will bloom, right? A fusion of patriotism and financial compliance. You prove your loyalty by not voting. That's what it's gonna come down to. By spending, subscribing, uploading, and believing in the narrative. Religious nationalism is gonna rise.
We're already there. We're literally, we already have people making religious paintings in churches of Donald Trump.
Via family values rhetoric, but deployed to justify surveillance and anti-immigrant actions. Crypto and digital dollars may be offered as freedom, but they really just gonna create a programmable money trap. We're gonna see narrative warfare. Narrative warfare is domestic policy.
Here.
The press doesn't just shut down, it's gamified. Journalists will be forced into attention economies where dissent can't survive unless viral, meaning that only spectacle reaches the people, which is why I felt the need to make this post anyway.
Which is where we're already at. This is a 8-minute long video. So many people would just not have the attention span to watch this, let alone the part 2.
Education becomes story warfare, right? History rewritten, dissenters reframed as unstable,
exactly what's happening.
Patriarchy, myth-making, right? All of that gets tied to economic loyalty. We are seeing the birth of a simulated republic. That is what we're seeing the birth of. Still looks like democracy, still has elections, still waves the flag. Underneath, the law is selectively enforced. Citizenship is conditional. Dissent is pathologized, and loyalty is economized. The state doesn't declare itself. It forms through layer entropy, passive collapse, phrased as progress. But stay focused. Black people, right? We're spiritually stressed right now, and this is deep, and it's something we need to take advantage of, right? We deal with chronic spiritual exhaustion, cultural hyperproduction, masking hollowing, and
by the way, queer people would also relate to a decent amount of what he's saying here.
Which is mined, not lived from us. So vibe, lit, trauma, healing, grind become templates, not truths. Black culture is used to metabolize national contradictions. Joy masking decay, rage as entertainment, pain
America's
as
culture just comes from its like smaller group populations. Like most American culture comes from either Latin America, from queer Americans, or from Black Americans. And that's it. Like that's the vast majority.
We're not allowed to heal because our suffering is profitable. But here's what white people are in the middle of. Narrative confusion. I feel erased. Where's my pride? Right? Increasing reliance on conspiracy, QAnon replacement theory, emotional breakdown, outsourced to politics, outrage cycles are greater than the will to integrate. And faith systems fail to metabolize grief, and they get replaced with performance, prosperity gospel, nationalism. Here's the thing what we headed up to.
Yoinked and sanitized versions of minority culture.
We are headed toward a literal disaster with them. We are going to see involuntary confrontations with climate economics.
No. Desolate Mirror, I agree this dude needs a better platform, like bigger platform, but I've thought about the idea of we need to dumb down our rhetoric so people understand it, because that's been said to me a few times, and after like thinking about it is no, I don't think you do. I think the opposite. I think you don't need to. You should be as smart as you can, and if someone is trying to understand and is asking questions, obviously you answer them, you try and help them understand. But like, I would show contempt to those who can't. Like, what he's saying right now is not all that complex. But if you're entirely new to politics, there are points where you could ask a question for clarification here. I sent the link to this video in the chat, but he's good. I'm going to actually DM him and see if he'll come on here, because he's right. I haven't even seen this version, like the second part of the video yet. But also, like, I'm not sure that dumbing down the message has any benefit at this point. I think right now, the only people paying attention are the people who don't need it dumbed down.
Identity dislocation hit white people. Misuse of AI to simulate healing. Therapy talk, mindfulness capitalism, spiritual
like
grift.
Black people, like specifically, he's saying the opposite. So
all was coming up. Black culture is expected to carry the moral censor while being further denied rest. We only got two options: reckoning, right, or repression. That's what we're headed for everybody. But we're gonna stay focused. This is what we need to do.
I'm gonna DM him.
Okay, we're gonna go into what Black people need to do to respond to this, because I wanted to paint the picture of what's actually going on, because the news articles won't cover it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they won't cover it. And it's happening live. So
we've been watching it. We've been live streaming the collapse of the United States for a while now. Guys, if you're older than if you were born in 1990 or any time before that, you lived through both the collapse of the Soviet Union and the United States of America. You won the Cold War, guys. You did. You won the Cold War.
This is just a good speed up for anybody who doesn't get the state of the situation.
Excellent. I'm excited for part 2. I do need to pee really quickly though, so I will leave you guys with a chair, and I'll be back. Give me another minute. I forgot to feed my fucking cat. I'm back. I've returned. I have returned. We're here. I'm right here. Plus, yeah. There was an op-ed on September 12th, 2001 by a veteran journalist predicting how the US was going to eat itself from fear, which included the parties over. The babies born yesterday are, as the towers burned, will never know what they missed. Yeah, honestly. Strive to uphold chairman chair thought? Exactly. Chairman chair is the best chairman, really. Thank you. All right, now let's get back to it. Part 2.
Part 2 to it. This is what we should do. Right? I believe 2026 is too far away to wait for, especially under these conditions. Right? Once pressure gets a little higher than this, elections don't guarantee restoration. Right? They become narrative projections.
Look, at this point, you're not getting a free and fair election. Not in 2026. There's no shot.
They often fail to metabolize or even process collapse. So we need a response plan. And this is just some of it. Of course, we're not just going to go label everything right here out loud for everybody to go, exploit, but we are going to talk realistically. So we need to assume collapse is rhythmic, not final. Don't prepare for a moment, prepare for a rhythm. Meaning won't return in a single event like an election or protest. Instead, expect surges of unprocessed experiences demanding new kinds of refusal, new kinds of sanctuary, and new kinds of processes to metabolize it.
And we've been seeing this as well. We've been seeing surges in specific areas, such as tech, such as journalism, such as protest, making you have to find new avenues to go about doing that.
Come at Black society and us in new ways that we formerly haven't seen before. So here's what we need to prepare for. We need to move from visibility culture to village culture. Okay?
This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is why I say talk to your neighbors. Community, village culture. Village culture is what gets us through this.
Visibility culture to village culture. Right now, from what they're trying to build, from what I've been able to see, we are deeply overexposed. We need to identify almost 5 people you build with. It doesn't even matter if you can achieve this step or not. But the goal is that we need to trust, heal, reflect, and create sanctuary practices and treat this as your emotional prep time. We need memory altars, not just candles, but altars of narrative truth. Because once they get
this is why I put such a focus on your mental health, your mental state of staying related to reality.
In their hands, once they get recorded history and the narrative in their hands, you won't be able to tell a story again ever again.
Yeah, I did
using
see that.
any of that information. We need journals, photos, losses, letters. These are anti-gaslight tools, right? And then we need to decentralize our hope. This is why I say that we're not
the anti-gaslight tool is a big fucking deal.
Using any of that information. We need journals, photos, losses, letters. These are
write shit down as you experience it, and then you can read it later and see what you felt, because you're going to have different thoughts and feelings. That is the whole point. That's the whole narrative. The entire time you're experiencing life, you are getting bombarded with several variants of a story, constantly, of everything, of no one has shared reality anymore. You and the person next to you probably don't have a shared reality anymore. And you need to fix that by engaging in open discussion with people that you trust, people that you give a shit about. And if you have none, find some. Have physical reality check-ins, touch your body and make, remember, okay, cool, I have a body. That, it sounds silly, but that is a thing that you actually need to do and will benefit from. Touch grass. It's not just a meme of go touch grass. It's go stand in nature. Feel something physical outside. Feel the sun on your skin. Feel in your body. That's what grounding is. I'm not in the Matrix yet. I am here on Earth. They're building the Matrix, but I am not in it yet. You gotta question things, pause and think about it. Reaffirm your revolutionary optimism to yourself. If you feel like maybe it's eating away at you, that what's happening is, just remind yourself that you are deciding to be revolutionarily optimistic, and everything else falls to the side. What you don't understand is that your perception, your observation of reality shapes reality. Hug your pets if you have them, yeah. Again, it's the way that you see the world and see yourself in it impacts how you behave in it. There's great powers in just existing against their defense. Your existence and your mental health being strong, your emotional regulation, that is fighting back. That is a method of resistance, of resilience. I touched and reaffirmed my revolutionary body 3 times this morning. Good for you. Congratulations. I am proud of you. Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. Only you can let it in. It's not like a new idea, right?
Anti-gaslight tools, right? And then we need to decentralize our hope. This is why I say that we're not, like, I'm not just trying to be some leader, because we need to go further than a leader. We need no single figure, party, or trend should hold to our expectations. We need to diversify faith and let restoration be modular. Okay,
yeah, without your phone as well. Look, I talked about this a bit yesterday, but maybe you should start trying to build spaces where you do certain things. Like maybe you have a computer or a laptop and you like to scroll on Twitter or Instagram. Maybe you should start doing that on the computer or your laptop and not on your phone. Make it like computer time to go scroll on Instagram. And it, as intuitive as it sounds, it is easier to be productive and not get distracted on a computer. You see an Instagram video and then you want to go look something up and then you get into like doing something. You can't multitask on a phone the same way. And it's built to capture your attention and give you nothing. So if you spend time on these sites on a computer and not on your phone, you are controlling the time that you spend. It's much easier to just get up and walk away from this than it is to have it on my phone. The ding notification, I have it back open now. You should delete the apps off your phone and have your friends know that, you know, if they send you an Instagram DM, you're going to see it when you sit down at your computer and look at it. That is a way to do that. But on top of it, there is studies that have proven just not having your phone in the same room as you increases your attention, your productivity, your ability to do what you're doing. Because of news and local things are getting worse, I'm gonna have to disappear soon. Things are getting really bad. That NB, I understand that, and things are getting really scary. But remember, community is what gets you through it. Like if you have to get off of here because you're worried about your internet history, that makes sense. I understand that. But don't be alone. Don't isolate yourself. You need to find a village. It takes a village to survive here. Or spend half an hour reading a book instead of scrolling. That's a more difficult task for a lot of people. No one, why are you fucked? Move your YouTube subscription list to your notebooks as opposed to your actually just being on your account all the time. Better for your health and also better for your digital footprint. That's true. Yeah. You gotta take some time to separate the spaces. It's just what it is. I mean, it is, but there is a way out, and we're talking about it right now. The way to not be fucked is village culture, is write shit down, journal, have emotional resilience. There's a reason, like, everyone thinks it's ridiculous that I'm talking about this. Like you could see when I had this conversation with Wick, like him laughing, his chat was all like, oh my god, like look at this, like this chick who's like, oh, you just have to feel your feelings and you'll be okay. And I'm like, no, but like it is actually that. The history's already there, I get it. Yeah, but do it. Like getting it is one thing, practicing it, doing it is another. And you can't just do it when you need to. This is the type of thing that you have, it's a muscle. Your emotional resilience is a muscle. You have to practice, you have to work out to the point where when you do need it, it's already strong.
We can get here, all right, we can get here. Okay, we can get here. Instead of just hoping one group will do everything, we need to actually tackle problems head on. And then here's the thing, we need narrative shields and soft spaces, right? Unprocessed experiences, especially from them, and we were trying to avoid that at all costs. They enter through stories. Stop rehearsing despair for the algorithm.
Yeah, by the way, I don't want you to stop giving a shit about the dumb shit Trump does. Oh, he opened Alcatraz. Stop. Don't talk about it. No one cares. Just ignore it. Oh, I'm going to run for a third term in office. Just ignore it. Don't give it any attention. And you are right, along like Homo sapien. The resistance won't come from institutions, even though they have CNA kind of help. A huge gridlock in the regime's ability to get their agenda through is just a ton of people straight up refusing to tolerate them. Ignoring them is so fucking powerful. They can't survive without us You just ignore them and it breaks them.
This means reduce reactive discourse, especially around white panic, scapegoating, and black tokenization. Let them have that.
One more time, just before that. Reduce reactive discourse. Stop talking about the shit that they say and reacting to it as, oh my God, this is horrible. That's my job. I'll tell you when it's actually horrible. They say a lot of shit.
Especially around white panic, scapegoating, and black tokenization. Let them have that. Let them have that. Okay? Replace representation.
By the way, same with trans people and queer people. Stop arguing with them. You don't need to. Stop arguing about trans people. Stop arguing about gay people. Just ignore them and work on creating safer sanctuaries for the people who need them and ways that we can work around the system. Stop arguing with them. 90% of Twitch politics is reactive discourse, unfortunately. Yes, I know, which is why I don't do like panels and I'm not doing debates anymore. And this is why we're fucked, by the way, because that reactive discourse, that's like on Twitch, that's them. They're doing it. That's what they want you to do. This is their incentivized method. They need spectacle, but spectacle is a two-way street. If we don't engage, there is no spectacle. Good that you're not doing those panels anymore. Like honestly, they don't produce any good outcomes. I did them because I wanted to at first. I thought, you know, like it'd be fun. I enjoyed a couple of debates, but no. I would rather just have someone smart on the channel and just chat with them. Just protect your people. This is why everyone who is still talking about Hassan and Ethan and iDubbbz is wasting their energy. Yeah, exactly. Stop paying attention to that shit. You have more important things to worry about.
Restoration. Focus less on being seen by systems and more on being safe from them. Because we're gonna enter a pivot.
Again, specifically for queer and trans people. Trans people are literally being genocided right now. Stop trying to be seen by them and try being safe from them instead. That should be the goal. There's no way to stop what they want to do being what they want to do. You're not going to get that thought mentality out of their head. You can protect yourself from it though.
And we need to, you see what I mean? You see what I mean? Because I can't even describe it no further than that. And then enter a pivot, and we need to, you see what I mean? You see what I mean? Because I can't even describe it no further than that. And then unplug from the spectacle cycles. Learn to say that's not our theater. That's what we need to get to. Redirect the gaze toward internal myth. Because it's our future we're fighting for, not the external mayhem. And then readiness without retaliation. Because if the collapse manifests materially, like utility cuts, social unrest, surveillance, we need to prepare without posturing. Because if they see us posture, they're gonna know exactly how to get us.
Exactly. This is what I've been saying since the beginning. Prepare, spend the time. There's going to be a disaster, but the disaster is going to come from the other side. And when it does, and when they start fighting each other, we will be the ones that they don't come after because we shut the fuck up and didn't argue with them and prepared the entire time. So if they do come after us, they will have a more difficult time. But at the same time, we're the ones that weren't posturing. We're the ones that weren't insane. We're the quiet ones. And when everyone else is insane and fighting, who is the average, the median American going to think is the rational one? Oh, it's the one who's not fighting and didn't start any of this.
So, cash alternatives, offline skills, mutual aid pathways, and expect legal ambiguity. I'm telling you to expect it. Carry ID, record interactions, stay fluid. Never centralize risk. We do not need a movement around one charismatic leader. We need to actually keep people
We need
safe.
a cultural revolution from the bottom up. We need the liberation of everyone, of you, your neighbors, and their neighbors. The liberation from the bottom up. That's what we need. And this is how we get there. I'm so like, this is the first time someone is echoing the exact thoughts that I have almost word for word throughout 2 8-minute videos or an 8-minute and a 6-minute video.
In our neighborhoods. You see what I mean? So we need to normalize quiet defection because if the narrative collapses, it might be the best not to fight. And this is why I talk about things like irrelevantism. This is why I talk about, like
if it collapses, it's best not to fight, as in let's be the smart side. Like
I don't need to see you at a protest because we need to unname ourselves from this type of system. If once they create infrastructural racism, you will see You will see pain hit our community in a way that hasn't been recognizable recently. Okay, we need to practice emotional underperformance, right? In
I
white
just linked part 2. You can find part 1 linked further up in the chat as well.
facing institutions. Don't give them your full inner life. Build under the noise. Step off the center stage. This is not surrender. This is sacred preparation. The key reframe is that 2026 is not a deadline. It is a distraction unless our society reclaims its narrative metabolism before that.
At this point, 2026 means nothing. It means literally nothing right now. Fix the culture, and then we can get there. America is sick. Our people are sick. We need to fix that. We're diseased. We're the plague.
Right? Unless we develop the way to process all of these little, unless we develop methods, right? Literally, I would almost go as far as saying spiritual methods to actually confront and process the experience that come and hit our community. We will be caught up in the same mayhem they will.
If some people need spiritualism to cope, that's fine.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Make it work.
There's a reason why the solution is only the solution I'm talking about is only applicable to white society. It's only not white society, to black society. There's a reason why.
It's not. You're wrong though, because it is applicable to queers. It is applicable to really anybody outside of the system. So yeah, I mean, again, he's directing this towards his audience, which is primarily black people, and that makes sense. But this advice applies to all of you. Whether you're white or not, honestly, it doesn't matter. You get to make this choice. And your choice affects your reality. How you perceive the world changes how you feel about it and how you engage in it.
I'm talking about it like this. And it's because, how do I say it? It's because white society, they have a long road back. They do, right? Our road back comes from stepping out of the spotlight. This means the black celebrity era gotta go. It gotta go, because all them people getting arrested. I need people to understand that they took black people's homes. This means you had to own a house. So you being rich and black doesn't get you away from this. Because every home that got robbed was stolen from a homeowner, not a renter. So once infrastructural racism comes up, they are taking your new house. They are taking the mansion. They are closing the bank account. This is why I have a hard time.
By the way, this is the same thing that's happening to women. They're trying to take away women's right to vote, women's right to have a bank account, women's right to travel interstate without a man present. Like, literally, this is Taliban shit. Yeah, like opiate of the masses, but if you're gushing from a missing arm, you need some goddamn opiates. Well, I mean, the next video is about the opiate crisis, so, you know, fun times. I personally worship Freud and say that my inner daddy will be powerful and shine out of me, be the dominant daddy and lead the doubters to the world, Kappa. I mean, you can believe that if you want to. I'm gonna move past it, but yeah, it's just a flesh wound.
Listening to like the rich people, because if you rich and red pill, you're capping. You're capping because they want your home. What? If you're broken red pill, you're just stupid. But you need to understand that they are targeting us in a way that we are not prepared for, which is why I spend so much time talking about healing in general. Because
I'm the same. I literally the same. I really do need to talk to this dude because, like, I think that his advice applies to way, way more than just the black community. Like, again, I've said the queer community, trans people, but also Hispanic Americans, and just honestly anyone who wants to not be in that system. Anyone, all of you. Just imagine if during all those fucking right-wing debates, if everyone just ignored the right-wingers. I mean, you can try, but they tend to be very, very loud in those debates, and that makes it really annoying. So, you know, it is what it is. Speaking of opiates, though, so we had the opiate crisis, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, caused by the Sacklers and Purdue Pharma producing OxyContin and then telling doctors that it was non-addictive and having that spread all throughout the country. Like, that all happened. But we now have a second crisis related to the opiate crisis. On top of, like, the, what, like 86,000 people that die every year from opiate overdoses?
Even just sitting here right now, I can feel in the right side of my spine right now, I'm having a really bad spasm. And it feels just like you're taking, stretching, and it's gonna break at any moment. God, it feels like a Charlie horse in your back. That's the only thing I can figure. It hurts really bad.
This is what it feels like to live in constant, agonizing pain.
It's literally like radioactive termites are chewing your goddamn bones.
Like last stage labor pains.
The way to describe it is you're being tortured.
Fire going up and down.
Putting a fork in a socket and getting
My
shocked.
face, my
I'm
chest.
in pain
You live
all day,
every day with that torture.
When it's scraping your tissues off your bone.
Around 17 million Americans live with debilitating chronic pain. The relief for their suffering actually exists, but some doctors are refusing to.
They just don't prescribe opiates for chronic pain anymore. And it's not that they don't work. They do. They do work. Speaking as someone with chronic pain who took opiates for a period of time, they do work. The issue being is you will develop a tolerance and they will need to up the dose, and you can keep upping the dose as long as your tolerance is allowing for it. You can up the dose until you hit your ceiling, and then you stay at that dose. But that can be quite a lot. Like those can get very high. And after the opiate epidemic of overprescribing these pills, nobody wants to give anyone a single opiate ever again. Even in Australia, all I was given was codeine and tramadol, and those help. But no, I live in pain. I'm in pain right now. I'm like constantly in pain, so I do understand this. And no, you can't just get medication like this anymore.
Prescribe it.
He looked me in the face.
I mean, I'm
and
not
he said,
anywhere near
I
as
will
bad as
not
these
give you
people.
any medications. If you want.
My rule is don't be an asshole. And that's it, really. Jake's Delivery Service. I have a lot of rules. You can read them on your own time. Be good person, and that's really it. Good to see ya.
Drugs, you can go get them on the street like everyone else. Get out of my emergency.
That's fucking insane.
He looked me in the face and he said, I will not give you any medications. If you want drugs, you can go get them on the street like everyone else. Get out of my emergency room.
This is a
There's only,
story
like,
about
6.
unintended consequences and how they ruin lives. You see, the relief for these people's pain? Powerful opioids. In the 90s, doctors began handing them out like candy, triggering a heartbreaking crisis.
Opioids are now the biggest drug epidemic in American history.
Overdoses have claimed 500,000 lives since 1999.
Today, opioids like fentanyl and oxycodone are dirty words. But for chronic pain sufferers like Laura, they're life-changing.
Fentanyl is a drug that is very good at managing pain. The day when they prescribed that...
By the way, when we talk about fentanyl, and we talk about it as if it's like, I don't know, a nuclear weapon, remember that people actually use this, like, for healthcare reasons. Normally, like, people are prescribed fentanyl. The thing is, nobody gives these medications out. And so if you need them, you can't get them. That's the issue. I couldn't get my Xanax for so long, not till I hit my late 20s. I mean, like, Xanax is a little different because Xanax isn't for, like, chronic pain, but some people are just born with chronic debilitating pain, and this helps. Isn't it great to treat medications like candy? I've run into some doctors like that, except that doesn't happen anymore, no one. That kind of thinking is why no one can get their medications anymore. I OD'd on Oxy, I get the caution, but there's no need to be an asshole over it. Exactly. Oh, speaking of, we're going to talk about ODs next, because that's bad. But, like, a lot of people that I grew up with OD'd on Oxy or heroin or fentanyl, and a lot of that came from the overprescribing of just giving people drugs and saying that it wasn't addictive. They gave them out like candy, yeah, back when they came out. When Purdue Pharma produced OxyContin, they marketed it as not addictive. And so, yes, it was overprescribed, but that stopped within like a year because suddenly everyone was addicted to Oxy. And so the government clamped down on it. And ever since then, nobody wants to prescribe any opiates, and everybody thinks that all the doctors do. There was a period of time where, like, Florida had, like, pill mills where you could go down to Florida and you can get them, but, like, for the most part, for the last 10, 15, really, years, they've been much less willing to prescribe at all. In fact, they're so scared because of the opiate epidemic that when there was a increase in demand for Adderall and Vyvanse, the FDA didn't even increase the production limits on those medications because they're also narcotics. And they're like, it's the same thing. They'll just overprescribe it. They got the FDA on board with them and it was all free money for those fuckers. Yeah, they also gave kickbacks to doctors who prescribed it. Yep, that's also true. Even ones that lost their jobs literally paid them to prescribe Oxy to people who didn't need it. But some people do need it, and some people can benefit from it. Like this woman, if she was on Oxy, sure, she might need to take a ridiculously high dose, but eventually that tolerance will like plateau, and then that's the dose that she takes, and that will help with her pain. That's what these medications are meant for. She's on fentanyl, so
It changed everything for me.
I was able to run on a treadmill, exercise, go shopping, do volunteer projects with my church.
I could walk on the beach and stand in the water without wanting to cry.
For shingles, I wouldn't give you anything stronger than a paracetamol and ibuprofen anyway, but this is for like chronic debilitating pain.
The pain my body was in.
I was able to work full-time, raise my kids full-time, multitask. I was the queen of multitasking. And then they took it away.
My administration's working with communities to reduce overdose deaths, including with medication.
We will defeat this opioid epidemic.
In 2016, in the rush to fix the opioid crisis, the CDC advised doctors and pharmacists to limit opioid prescriptions. They were well-intentioned recommendations
Which they were already doing, but
that set down a maximum dosage right here.
that's an issue. Setting down a maximum dosage
Well-intentioned recommendations that set down a
on
maximum...
the opiates, that's not going to work because some people will need a higher dose. That's the reason I'm not on medication for my chronic pain, is because of the prescription limit of how many milligrams per day are you allowed to prescribe. And so you just don't get your medication. Okay, if you couldn't sleep at night, I would give you a sleep aid. I probably still wouldn't give you an opiate, Jake's delivery service. Just really, I wouldn't give you an opiate. I'd give you maybe like a Xanax, and you'll be fine. It's shingles.
Dosage right here. But those recommendations inspired restrictive laws across the country. The result?
The pain doctor I was seeing at the time, he said, because of the government now, we need to take you off this medication. He said the best you can do is Tylenol and ibuprofen. And that's when he dumped me.
Yeah, like literally, when you're chronically in pain for all hours of the day.
A brief ray of hope last year, the CDC realised its error and updated its guidelines, but they're not filtering down to every state or physician. In the confusion, doctors are still not listening to their patients.
Most of the doctors are nervous about being written up for overprescribing.
Doctors are afraid of losing their reputations. They're worried about losing their DEA number.
And they will hold back prescribing drugs to protect themselves.
Oh, yeah. Fentanyl as a legitimate medication has absolutely been stigmatized by MAGA using as a propaganda tool. If you've ever had surgery, like if you got general anesthesia and they put you under, you've probably had fentanyl put in your body.
In a rush to fix one problem, we've created a new one.
The opioid crisis was a tragedy.
I understand why the government took the action.
It's all narcotics. They just don't want to prescribe any narcotic medication. Even though those medicines work, you just need to prescribe them to the right people. It's the issue that we see everywhere. It's either everything is perfect or we do nothing at all.
It did, but I think it was way too drastic. I'm not a drug addict. It's not fair.
We are not addicts. We are patients.
Tired of being unheard and angry at losing their quality of life, thousands are authoring petitions, lobbying federal agencies, and protesting across the country, state by state.
I lost my quality of life.
I can't. Good luck to these people. They're not going to get anything from the state. The state hates them. Wow. Okay. That's funny. This was a video about the White House's proposal to cut overdose prevention plans. And now it's a private video. It wasn't a private video when I put it on here. That's interesting. Okay, well, I guess none of that. Whoops. Yeah, see, that's some of the things that we were talking about before. The you're not sure if it's actually real or not. Not insecurity. The inability to tell whether, you know, it's real or not. They're on to me. Absolutely. And yeah, sorry to hear Jake's delivery service. That does sound horrible, and everyone should get their shingles vaccines. Everyone should just get their vaccines. Suspected of perpetuating journalism. Literally, yeah. I mean, like, even with people doing their jobs were pretty shit. Look at they almost ruined an op for this FBI agent on this plane just because they wanted to be a pain. Like, she wanted to be a pain, and so did the cop.
Sir.
Fibromyalgia, Greg.
To get the fuck out of my face right now and leave. Do we have an issue here, guys?
He won't show me his identification.
Is there a problem, sir?
Watch as an undercover FBI agent, mid-operation, is harassed by a police officer and flight attendant who don't know who they're dealing with. He tries to calmly explain the law, holding back his identity to protect the mission, but as the pressure escalates, he's forced to reveal he's federal, risking everything. What happens next will leave you speechless.
No, sir, there's no problem. I promise you, everything's fine. I need you both to go away, please.
No, you can't tell us to go away. I'm not.
No, it is kind of funny because, like, I don't know how you can actually make that work on a plane, but, like...
See your ID, please.
I know the law. You do not have to see my ID once I'm seated. The two places you can check it are TSA and when I'm providing my boarding pass. I'm already seated. You can please leave.
Sir, I appreciate that you're staying calm, but we're going to need some compliance.
Why would he have a
to
fake ID?
Elevate this and possibly take you off the plane. So, go ahead and just show her ID. It's no big deal.
Nice that you know the law,
Like,
but
why would he need a fake ID? Technically, he used his regular ID to get on the plane. That doesn't matter. The op is someone on this plane, I would assume. And yeah, he's right. Legally, you don't have to show ID once you're on the plane. So
I think an officer of the law would know it better than you.
And
When I ask for your ID, I expect to see it.
And I appreciate your sentiment, but you need to show this lady some respect, and I will remove you from this plane if need be. So don't go around making declarations you can't back up. Just go ahead and show her ID. You can move along, get this plane off
the
the
amount
ground.
of self-control from this guy, by the way, while being a fucking, like, FBI agent and being talked down to by this fucking pig and this dumb, like... Pain to use. I have fibromyalgia. Everything hurts. My dad was very addicted to painkillers he got for his back when I was in middle school. He didn't quit because the doctor started saying, nah, he quit because the withdrawal nearly killed his ass. People who need it should get it. If there other people get addicted due to its availability, that's on them to solve. Like, that's a different problem. Fibromyalgia.
I promise.
We won't if you show us your ID.
And you're definitely not going to threaten me, sir. Why is it?
Have it?
I physically cannot.
You don't have it on your person?
You don't need to see it right now.
Yes, I
promise.
do. I'm trying to do my
The
job.
only place you needed to check it was TSA and when I provided my boarding pass.
Sir.
I'm already seated. Everything's fine.
You need to identify yourself when requested. This is an airport. We have a lot of international and domestic flights coming in and out of this. This is a very important hub, so if you can't comply with the nice lady's request, then I'm going to have to step in, and I don't really want to do that. She's doing a fine job. If you can't show her ID, so do you have your ID, or do we? Because did you show? So you showed it. So you showed it at all those places you mentioned.
Yes.
So you have it, and you can just show it and end this right now.
I can't do that right now.
You can or you won't.
Why are you making this so difficult? We're just trying to do our jobs, and we can all move on if you just show your ID.
Please just comply with the lady.
Why do you even need his, like, what made her stop and ask him for ID?
Can't do that. I need you guys to please just leave.
We're
Everything's
not
fine.
leaving. We're trying to do our jobs, sir. Please show your identification.
If you don't, we're going to have to escalate this to something else. Do you have any weapons on your person? Where's your luggage, sir?
I don't have luggage at this time.
You don't. Okay, so you're traveling by yourself, and you
He's
won't
like,
show-
he's on an op, too. He's not just an actual agent. He's
Show
an
your
agent
ID.
in the middle of an active operation.
and you're kind of standoffish. So you can understand.
See,
why that
back in
would be
the day,
suspicious.
back before the end times, we had systems of communication that likely would have alerted certain people, like maybe law enforcement, of federal law enforcement activity happening. Airports usually do get told, like TSA would know, I would imagine. And the cop on the plane, I would imagine, is either like a cop or TSA, would have had to go through TSA. And in a system that we had, the FBI might have told TSA, oh yeah, we're putting an agent on a plane for an op. But no, we don't have that anymore. I don't know if that's what existed, but we had the potential for it.
And Reagan raising some red flags here.
I understand your point of view, but I really need you to just walk away.
I really need you to just show your ID, please, sir.
Yeah, she's been very sweet, but I understand she's getting frustrated, and honestly, you even requesting anything is kind of really,
exactly,
to be quite frank, pissing us off. We need you to comply. If you have a lack of
position to tell us what to do, sir, you need to show your identification.
Fibromyalgia isn't an infection, Jake's Delivery Service. You're reading it wrong. It's not an infection. So.
An extension of the law. This is her plane, and her and the captain.
Is the extension of the law.
Yeah, this is
airplane. Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely, she has jurisdiction. Are you going to comply, or do we have to get the captain involved? Or I can just
whatever, me motherfucker. You're talking about my illness and saying, "Oh, it's nothing," but you haven't even read what it is. What fibromyalgia is your neurons think that you're in pain when you're not in pain because your brain's wiring is fucked.
Myself, I just need to see your ID. I know
really
you've already showed it
disrespectful.
Several places throughout this scenario. Sir, hold.
You see this? To get the fuck out of my face right now and leave.
Sir.
I'm in the middle of something. This is a 3-year case. If you don't leave
3-year case. If I was the target of this op, I would already know who to avoid. Yeah, like maybe they're on a different part of the plane. Like who knows? But
you're gonna fuck everything up. Don't leave right now. You're gonna fuck everything up. Just go. I'm gonna sit right there and you're gonna leave me the fuck alone. You got that?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
like, actually, yeah, this is a tin box with at most 2 exits. Long hair got on, but he's not getting off unless the stewardess and her coworkers say so. They have him over a barrel. They have power, but they can afford to be generous. The thing is, no, they don't. Like, he has authority. I'm sorry, sir, is very funny, yeah. When the cop was like, well, I'll physically remove you, and he's like, no, you won't. That wasn't, like, a joke. It was like the cop has no authority. If the cop tries to physically remove the agent can, like, arrest the cop. It's not their fault if no communication happened. That's not the point. The point is, we used to have a system where the FBI might have called the TSA and let them know that there was going to be an op on their plane. Flying has become awful for the past 10 to 15 years. It's the enshittification of everything, so. Yeah, it's a meme, no one. So, speaking of horrible shit, you guys want to hear about how DOGE may have been putting backdoors in the government? It's pretty bad. We'll listen to the story first, and then we'll have a read of it. But this is really bad.
In our politics lead, a whistleblower is coming forward with claims that DOGE not only accessed data from his agency, but also took a substantial amount of sensitive data with them. According to a disclosure shared with Congress, quote, around 10 gigabytes of data, or quote, the equivalent of a full stack of encyclopedias worth if someone printed these files as hard copy documents, unquote. Now that data—
You know what 10 gigs of hard copy, like, written text looks like? That's a lot.
That came from the National Labor Relations Board. That's an independent federal agency that investigates allegedly unfair labor practices by private sector employers and unions and collects and stores sensitive and confidential information in the process. It's the type of information that Democratic Senator Chris Murphy asked the head of the National Labor Relations Board if she would protect from Elon Musk during her— it asked the Secretary of Labor, rather, if she would protect this data from Elon Musk during her confirmation hearing in mid-February.
And this is an individual who owns companies that have existing investigations. Mm-hmm. He has a direct interest in
that part
getting
doesn't matter.
Information.
I don't care about this part. Get me to the juicy bits, the scary fucking bits. NLRB, okay.
Interview as a whistleblower, and also you're fairly new to the role at the National Labor Relations Board. You're just under a year with the agency.
Yeah, the Russia
How did you first deduce that there was a problem?
So I spent a lot of time in the private sector, and you start to see these indicators of compromise sometimes, and they kind of raise red flags. And so when you start seeing those, you put together the puzzle, and more likely than not, that's how you flesh out a breach. And I saw those same indicators in my agency and started raising the flag.
So in your complaint that you shared with Congress, you include this screenshot we're going to show. It shows a large spike in data leaving the National Labor Relations Board. You say that's extremely unusual because Dad
Yeah, that looks pretty extremely unusual.
almost never directly.
Yeah, everyone's worried about conflict of interest. I'm concerned about the data of all the union members being uploaded to drones or some shit. No, it's getting fed to AI. AI runs the government, man.
Leaves the databases. How do you know what was being removed? And is it possible you saw something that has a plausible
The
explanation?
government's Israeli-made signal clone literally got hacked by Russia as well. I did see that. It's very funny.
Behind it.
I definitely would prefer that, actually. I've tried to prove the negatives multiple times. It correlates directly with data that was exiting the database at the same time.
Palantir strikes again.
There's a lot of corroborating evidence that points to it. That was the first thing I tried to do, is just rule out every other solution before I went this route.
We reached out to the White House about your claims, which obviously were made public when you came forward and went to Congress. You got this statement, quote, "It is months-old news that President Trump signed an executive order to hire DOGE employees at agencies and coordinate data sharing. Their highly qualified team has been extremely public and transparent in its efforts to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse across the executive branch, including the National Labor Relations Board," unquote. What's your response to that?
So
Yeah, what's
I
the
believe
point
that
of even
if
trying?
that was true, we
Fuck
would
the
have
White
access
House.
to the code that they're running. We would be able to see
that
these
makes
things
sense.
that they're hiding. I don't believe that there's transparency, and that's all I'm asking for here.
And Andrew, give us the view,
Mate, you lost your job, so.
the 30,000-foot view here, because obviously this data could be beneficial to others, either corporations or even a foreign actor with malign intention.
Are you going to talk about it?
How do you know that?
So we know that because the information that the National Labor Relations Board looks at are basically corporate documents and things that involve unions. So there's a lot.
No, I can't do it. Fuck these people. All right, here's what actually happened. So yes, it was the National Labor Relations Board. The leak came from there. The whistleblower came from there. But what the whistleblower actually said that CNN is too much of a pussy to say. Cybersecurity correspondent Jenna McLaughlin recently broke a story about a whistleblower inside the federal government who says DOGE representatives appeared to have taken sensitive data, then covered their tracks. Daniel Birilis, who works for the NLRB, has shared evidence that DOGE engineers disabled security protocols, exported reams of sensitive data, and used a hacker's toolkit to hide their activities. He thinks his agency is not alone. Today on the Sunday Story, what his possible breach could mean for the private data of millions of Americans. There was genuinely more to this. Where did half of this go? Part of this leak was that there was evidence of, after the security protocols being removed from the government, IPs from Russia logging in with admin passwords. Like, hold on. I have it right here. Like, it's really bad. Like, this is terrifyingly bad. Where are you? Here you are.
Hey, this is one of those weeks where decades are happening in cybersecurity. Hey,
Actually, it was right there. So,
by the way. And no, this isn't about 4chan being taken down. See, yesterday a whistleblower came forward to reaffirm rumors that were already
our missile
circulating
readiness dashboard, yes.
that some of Elon's stooges over at DOGE had created a back door when they hooked up all of our federal agencies to Starlink that allowed Russia to directly access some of our networks. And he is saying that he has personally witnessed IP addresses from Russia connecting directly to our MLRB, our missile launch.
Why would they need to use a jump server? They're doing it directly. They're logging into the US government. I don't think they would need a VPN at that point. You know, like Tulsi is director of national intelligence. She's just one of their assets anyway. So is John, what's his name? Ratcliffe for the CIA. So is Kash Patel for the FBI. No one's going to stop them.
Launch Readiness Board and pulling a shit ton of data from it. The Missile Launch Readiness Board, by the way, contains the information about all of our nuclear weapons. And all of this is happening while the Trump administration has simultaneously been moving to gut CISA, our cybersecurity infrastructure security agency.
The Russians are bad at everything except hacking.
Yes, it's a redundant name. which is basically the federal agency in charge of like protecting us from cyber attacks. And then the cherry on top, in the middle of the night last night, Anonymous drops a 10 terabyte file detailing all of Russia's ongoing business relations and assets in the United States. And you won't believe who's on it.
Anyone able to find that file? I looked for it a little bit, but I think I got distracted. It shouldn't really be all that difficult to look for. Anonymous 10 terabyte file. Well, I can see several news sources reporting on it. You know, Forbes, Kiev Post. I'm sure it's there. We can find it at some point. It's actually 2 weeks ago, so, you know, it's not too much of a rush. Well, you would use jump servers to cover your tracks. But, like, why would they need to cover their tracks? That's my question. Why would they need to cover their tracks? It's like they wanted us to know the IPs from Russia connected, and like, because the Russians already own us. They don't care. Like it's that they just genuinely don't care. There's no reason for them to hide it.
I'm starting to freak out.
They've compromised the security. They're in, like, you know, their espionage has worked.
So this cybersecurity professor, who has been a cybersecurity professor for 2 decades at Indiana State, was just like vanished into thin air. He's a computer science and cybersecurity professor. Their profiles were wiped ahead of the raid.
Yeah, literally, it's just like the what the other side would say to this is it's Russia, 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 Russia. Again, stop listening to what the other side says. Stop reacting to it. Stop giving a shit. Just ignore it and move on. All right, buddy, whatever you say. Move on. Just, they're stupid half people. Just see them with contempt. They are not a person the way that you are. What if there's information in there that piss off countries enough to retaliate? Well, in this, possibly. In this 10 terabyte file, there might be. In the NLRB's data, in the stuff that Russia's stealing from us, well, you know, that works too. Here it is. 10 terabytes. I don't have 10 terabytes to download this, but somebody please do. Let me know the cool shit on there. Ignore the zombies, keep building and organizing with your people. Exactly. Make a village. They poisoned the former KGB agents in the UK and EU with heavy metals only the Russians used, so the world knows it was them. That's also true. That is also true, Zomi. They have no interest in hiding themselves. It looks like most of it was already publicly available data. It's just compiled together, which makes it easier. Which is why I wanted, if I had somewhere to store 10 terabytes, I would download it. It's records. All of the records are going to be slowly degraded and erased off the internet. They're already doing it. There's already movies that are streaming that are changing bits of them that weren't like that if you have the disc from like a year ago, if you watched the movie a year ago. We're already seeing digital media being altered.
FBI. His colleagues are not in contact with him. No one knows what happened. Someone who accepts like another job somewhere talks to some colleagues about it. CNBC is reporting on it. A criminal defense lawyer who worked on the federal criminal investigation for the Clinton thing was there when they raided it. FBI confirms it happened. There is no federal criminal case. His work is funded by multiple federal...
Isn't Man Bear Pig supposed to be like an allegory for climate change?
agencies,
or a metaphor?
and it's worth $23 million. Like, that's how much we have trusted this person for 2 decades to do $23 million worth of research. Okay, and it is a lot of research, y'all. Like, it is a lot. This guy has had everyone's backs for 20 years. He has 18,000 citations.
Holy shit.
18,000 citations. Here's the receipts. Here's all the research that got done. It's
And the dude's like, nah, I'm out. Fuck this. This shit is scary.
hundreds of papers, maybe thousands. It's incredible. And also, all of this stuff, like, is critical national security infrastructure. This kind of research is what keeps us safe. You need, like, a plucky kid to go and try to break a thing and then tell everyone how they broke it so that when the bad guys use it and don't tell you how they broke it, it gets fixed. That's how...
Yeah, well, I mean, when we lived in a reasonable, rational society, just be aware that your digital footprint matters. What you say online matters, and you have a degree of control over that. Maybe you should do some digital hygiene. I hate this background check. I do too. They use it all the time. South Park didn't take it serious at first, and then they apologized and they did a makeup episode for it. The kids go back to Al Gore. I like Al Gore. I miss Al Gore. I wish he had been president. Would have been nice. All right, I'm going to set up the next segment, and then I need like a minute to go stretch and take some painkillers. Unfortunately, I only have the regular kind, but we're going to learn about something that I really fucking hate. There's a lot here, so it'll be fun. All right, I'll be back in 2 secs. 2 shakes. 2 shakes. Okie doke. Let's go. The Al Gore guy was right. Not all pigs are the same. Hogs, for example, are savage, intrusive animals that ruin everything and taste really good. That's true. No one can even see the timeline that we're on. That's because we're currently in flux. We're not on a specific timeline. Timelines exist. Time exists vertically, but horizontally. You are traveling through time right now. There is no other timeline for you to go to. Your decisions are what make the new timeline. You move into the timeline based on your decision making. And if quantum theory is true, then there is another you somewhere else that made a different decision and ended up on a different timeline. But like just like everyone else, you all are a part of reality. And you all have the ability to influence it. Love quantum talk. Like if we get into the quantum stuff, then I sound like a tinfoil hat, so you know, it is that. But like, take it through this.
I strongly believe that most of our culture radiates outwards from the same half-dozen groups, and that you can kind of trace it back by following the linguistic breadcrumbs of how people talk. Like, I run in pretty progressive circles, and you can always tell who's more woke by which words they're using. You'll have the surface-level words like Latinx and safe space, but most of the people using those words got them from somewhere else. And then you'll have people using phrases like queering hegemonic masculinity, and these people are probably closer to the ones actually coming up with what we call woke language. I've also spent an unfortunate amount of time studying the language of involuntary celibate groups, and I can tell you that the further you get into the group, the more they'll use exclusive, obscure language that's only recognizable to their in-group. So, while most people using phrases like Sigma or Maxing probably don't even know that they come from far-right men's rights groups, if you keep following the linguistic breadcrumbs, you'll come closer to the true selves that are actually coming up with these memes and then spreading them along social networks.
Literally, it's like white nationalists, incels, queers, black people, like these are the people creating the culture. There's a very small subset of people that create culture that we're all following. as he said, you know, like
social networks.
You can
That's
trace
because
it back.
of a sociological phenomenon called homophily, where people who are close to each other in social nodes tend to share similar opinions. Meanwhile, the people at the center of each cluster tend to be the ones with the most extreme ideologies who are trying to push it out to other people. Or it can
You
be
don't want to know no one. It's brain rot. It's nothing. Sigma means literally nothing. I hate that people use this stuff verbally. I don't. I think that words are fine. I just think that they don't know what it means when they're saying it. I remember this from my last psych class. Yeah, this is what's happening here. People aren't aware where they're getting their words from and what they actually mean, and they use them in the way that they think that they mean because it's cool, and those words are actually co-opted words from a different community by people who want to use them for harm.
People with a more distinct or socially desirable culture. I've talked before about how a lot of modern slang comes straight from the ballroom scene in the 1980s. When straight young women use words like slay, they probably got those from their gay friends, who will use more specific language like boots the house down. But even these people got their language from this queer black space in New York City in the 1980s, who was the real cultural incubator and exported their ideas to others.
True. So like, and this is what I mean by like, your language affects your reality. The way that you speak in general changes not only how you perceive yourself, the people around you, what's happening, but also how they perceive you and how you are perceived moving forward. You have an impact. You gotta be an absolute loser to be an incel. They want pussy and do stupid shit. Oh yeah, no, they're all losers, but they all actually don't want pussy anymore. They've all been brainwashed into thinking that they need to keep their male essence inside them and that women are actually evil. Succubuses and vampires. Like, I'm not kidding. Speaking of psychotic Americans, did you hear about ChatGPT encouraging people's dangerous delusions?
One thing to note is that ChatGPT has always been pretty positive. It's always been willing to kind of support you. What's changed is really the range of actions which it's been willing to support. So from examples like if you give it an obviously bad idea, it tells you that it's pretty good, to more extreme examples like if you tell it that an actor is sending you coded messages via their movies, encouraging you to take drastic actions. It'll even encourage you in the latest update to kind of follow your heart on actions like that instead of what it ought to do, which is sort of caution you and tell you that probably you're not receiving those kind of coded messages. And of course, if you come to it and tell it that you've been having an argument with somebody, it will always take your side no matter the case. So it really, in the latest update, there were very few areas in which it wouldn't validate you or wouldn't support you.
This is really fucking scary. Oh, I meant true, by the way. But, like, this is really fucking scary. Guys, do you know how many people just, like, use ChatGPT to live their life? And it's telling you that, like, if you say there is an actor sending me coded messages in their movies, it's telling you to take drastic action and that you're right. One of the top uses for AI is therapy-like shit. Yeah, if you're talking to ChatGPT personally, you're too far on the chromium or whatever. You're chipping in, mate. You're cyber psychotic, or you're getting close to it. But like, some people use ChatGPT for work, even. Like, I set my dad up with it because he doesn't always like have the best English. So sometimes like he'll get an email and I'll say, just ask it to translate it for you. Because it can do that. It can do very basic things. Like, here, translate this email into Turkish. That's fine. But people use this for advice. And if you're using it for your business, now it's going to give you bad decisions to make for your business because you think that they're good. DeepSeek is like 3 years behind. I think all AI is devil tech. I think this is an evil technology that needs to be thrown into the sun. All of it. Every last bit of it. But, you know.
So why were we seeing this overly flattering response in the latest update?
Do you know how fucking crazy Americans are?
Yes.
That we now, like, that before the machine telling you that all of your crazy is right.
So the process of training one of these models is really a process of putting the model in front of test users and letting them say whether they like or dislike the responses the model's giving. And it's really a question of how much weight you give to that. So this is really an emergent behavior, and it's coming from the people who OpenAI were using to test this model, basically enjoying the feeling of being validated, enjoying the feeling of being flattered. which
is what your economy runs on, is either making you feel scared or making you feel validated and nice. I can imagine a South Park making an episode where everyone does things after asking AI what to do. Yeah. And imagine that outside of South Park for a second. Imagine in real life. Think about the crazy shit that some people believe. Like, let's say the guy who did Pizzagate. What if he had an AI that was telling him that not only was he right, but helping him plan that attack? How much worse would Pizzagate be?
kind of let this behavior escape out to the public. So when you start with
What if you're
a model before it goes
and
through
you're
this process,
depressed and you're thinking about like harming yourself, and you word it in a way that passes the AI filter so it doesn't sound like you're harming yourself, and then suddenly the AI is telling you that you should kill yourself? Like, that's a realistic possibility.
process at all, it's really not very helpful. It doesn't want to do things for you. It doesn't really know how to sort of follow tasks. So you have to kind of give it this desire to please you, for want of a better word, in order for it to function as an assistant at all. And what happened here was really just that desire got taken 2 or 3 steps further than it ought to have been.
So what were some of the knock-on effects of this? Some researchers were suggesting that it was dangerous.
Yeah, so certainly something people have been pretty worried about is that if you're in the grips of a psychotic episode or some kind of other harmful delusion and you take it to ChatGPT during the period this update was live, would have encouraged you to sort of take action based on that rather than talking you down. And I think a lot of people give kind of undue credit to ChatGPT as this kind of robot intelligence, this like trustworthy figure, where really it's not that. It can make mistakes.
It's a tool that you should use if you do use it to better your own work, but it in itself, this is a socket wrench. This is a fucking hammer, a screwdriver. That's all it is.
It can have harmful biases, and we've sort of seen that happen in the last few days.
What about the public response and the response from the users? Were they enjoying interacting with this update?
Yeah, that's a good question. There are a few
Did you
different...
see the article about Meta Insta AI being co-opted by users that are licensed therapists? No, I don't care. Like, Meta and Insta are both brain rot anyway, so like I just don't spend time on them. Ban AI chat programs, ban all AI, make it illegal. All of this should just be illegal. All of this.
Different categories of users of
I see no
OpenAI.
value in it. The cons don't outweigh the pros. Like, yeah, there is no pros. There's like what? Medical imaging. And then that's it. Pizzagate was real. Hillary found out the guy was coming and had time to hide the evidence. There was no basement cat thrower. And then Hillary became JD Vance.
There's the highly technical software engineers that use it to do their work. And these people were
yeah, by the way, this is taking away all of the Silicon Valley jobs, because that's the one thing ChatGPT is actually good at, is coding.
Very negative
no
about
jobs
the
left
update.
for that.
Because when you're using ChatGPT to try and help you with your job, you need it to write like
My
function.
cousin's a developer who's worked for large companies for more than a decade, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to lose my job. So, you know. I would exclude actual use of machine learning to predict heart attacks from the use of... Nope, fuck it. All AI, gone. I want it all gone. We can start reintroducing them the good way afterward. Right now, all of it gone, out the window. Not a single one left. Yeah, Hillary Clinton is JD Vance. So, you know, she's the vice president right now.
Functional computer code, for instance, if it really just wants to tell you that you're great, that's not very helpful to sort of generating code. But a lot of the people who use ChatGPT for therapy or for conversational purposes, from what I can tell online, actually really liked this update. And some of them are even asking for the sycophancy to come back or to be made available via a setting.
It's terrifying. And they will, because if people are that affected by ChatGPT in an era where like media is being controlled and the people who own ChatGPT are also part of the people controlling the media, then of course, if it benefits them, why not? Oh, by the way, here's who's also taking your jobs.
Solution.
It's because they're lonely and they don't go outside and talk to humans, because people are incentivized to not go outside and talk to humans, no one. That's why I talk a lot about in-person social interaction, because everyone else doesn't do it, because everything makes you not want to do it.
AI-powered weeder. The device, which attaches to the back of his existing tractors, uses high-resolution cameras and sensors to automatically detect unwelcome plants and spray them with a precise dot of herbicide.
So what the driver sees in the cab is real-time footage of what's happening. The crop that's there and the weeds that we are trying to remove. The driver sees the machine analyzing the data and then taking the shot. You're seeing decisions made in real time. We definitely had no AI not that long ago. The owner, operator, manager.
To be clear, robots doing farm work would be great if these people who had these jobs had other jobs. And also not AI. I'd be okay with getting robots to do shitty jobs that people don't want to do if people can do jobs that they want to do and we all have universal basic income and socialism. Other than that, no, I don't want the robots.
Farmers are using things such as drones, autonomous plows, crop sprayers that can tell the difference using AI between a weed and a crop. And a lot of them are using data collection to just suck up all of the information from the farm.
You know what would cut down on herbicide use is if we arrested the executives of Monsanto who created seeds that you plant that grow plants that don't have seeds in them, so you can't just replant the plant you just grew like farmers did for all of human history. You have to purchase another seed from Monsanto. Oh, and the herbicide that you use can only be the exact one that Monsanto sells because it'll kill everything else except for that seed.
Deere is the biggest farm machinery maker, and they have a goal by 2030 to be able to farm 100% autonomously. So I think this stuff is here to stay, and there's really not a lot of other ways to just kind of...
autonomous machines in war soon, just so you know. Like, this is different than AI. Yeah, this is not like AI in the same way, but like this is robotics, and we're seeing this everywhere. We're going to see this deployed in Ukraine more than likely soon. If it's unregulated, connected to the internet, it's still bad. Yeah, this should be regulated and not connected to the internet.
Get it all done.
At UC Davis, researchers are using AI in another way to better understand
honestly, I bought a drone because it was a cheap treat from Temu, and I bought it not to use it, but to learn how it works and to take it apart. So that's going to be
individual crop genes, so they can make them healthier or more resilient to changes in the environment.
What you're seeing here, the first prototype in half a day was this thing, a bird box right now. It's one thing to collect the data. That part's actually kind of easy. You go out in the field, you collect the data, but then you generate this massive data set. It's like, imagine if you took your camera, instead of just taking red, green, and blue, which is what it does now, took another 400 bands of light. So it's this cube of pictures. And so what you end up with is this massive data set that has to be processed somehow.
That's where artificial intelligence comes in. Scientists at Davis are training computer models to detect everything from the size and shape of a flower to the direction that a leaf is pointing.
I mean, yeah, normally things cost more to ship to Australia, but considering the tariffs.
Land breeding is really interesting application for AI. Let's say we're working on bee. In this example here, what we have is over 330 different genotypes of beans.
This is what I mean. There's beneficial ways that this technology can be applied, but none of them are incentivized for humans to benefit from.
Planted out in a field. And so what you're looking for is like maybe some of these have really big beans or certain patterns, or the protein content is high or the fat content is high. It's just really hard to measure and see and score by humans on the ground. And then if we can process all that data using machine learning and AI, it allows us to extract those complex traits.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
You already know that your phone...
I fucking hate it. So you want to know how all this works? You want to hear the laid out plan of how you're being addicted to your phone? Going to go, now I have to give my mind a stress break. That's very valid, honestly. Maybe we should all just take a second and just, I don't know, shake your hands, feel your body, return into yourself for a moment, and then we'll continue on. That stuff's really cool, Shard. I don't understand it, like the lights with the UV, the IR, and like the visible lights and all of that. Like, I'm not sure exactly how that works. It is cool, though. Cool to see. All right. I grew up on a vineyard. We replaced human grape pickers with machine harvesters. Yeah, that's not surprising. I'm already getting relaxed. I was kind of wound up on the TikTok guy. The TikTok guy was great. This bit gets me a bit wound up, I think. I haven't watched this, so we'll see. How billionaires made you addicted to your phone and how to unrot your brain.
You already know that your phone is scrambling your brain like an egg on drugs. It's cooking your attention span. It's ruining your emotional regulation. And you know it's not just you, because every day it feels like everybody's getting just a little stupider and just a little more insane. And you suspect that it may just be that damn phone. And now I could tell you to use a screen time blocker or put your phone in grayscale or mute your notifications or go touch grass. Make a quick $5 in AdSense revenue and bounce, but you probably already tried all that shit, and that's why you're here. Now, if you're asking why a political creator would make a video about self-help, well, all the money is in the self-help grift now, baby. That's right, I just got out of my cold shower / 1 hour success meditation, went for a quick 12-mile run, answered some emails, made a quick 100K, and now I'm here to tell you how to get unaddicted to your phone for maximal productivity. Sign up for my course, it's only $400. That's 4 easy Klarnas of $99.99. What are you waiting for? It's because I know that the worst things that have happened in politics, hell, to the planet,
drill, baby, drill,
are because of political radicalization and complacency and hypercapitalism, and all of that is stored in the phone.
Yeah.
So let's get you off the damn thing. But I have a pretty decent relationship with my phone, even though my job is phone. So I just thought I'd share what I do to unhook from the evil algorithm, and hopefully that'll help you.
No, because her little infomercial was fucking great. It's the self-help grift.
With knowledge. Step 1, get the ick from your phone. So you know your phone.
I average like 14 hours of phone usage. Please tell me that's per like week and not day. Too real for this?
Is evil, but you can't live without your phone, but it's making you miserable. How do I know this? Because that's what literally all my friends say. And now you're my friend too. It was in the fine print of the thumbnail. We're best friends now. But hey, did you know that your time, your attention span, your mental health, your very life essence is being drained from your body just to resurrect Steve Jobs? Wait, no. To serve you ads? All the psychic damage that your phone inflicts on you, making you paranoid and complacent.
That inflicts psychic damage on me to think about 14 hours of phone usage a day, even if you are listening to music in the background.
And giving you type 2 ADHD is just so that maybe you'll see an ad for some cute pants on Temu and maybe click on it and maybe buy it. That's it. That's the only reason any social media apps exist. The greatest minds of our generation are trying to get people to click on ads.
Yeah.
And it's probably not a shocker to you that most apps are built on slot.
Now, on top of the ads, there's also the, like, you know, propaganda in there, but, you know.
Machine psychology, stimulating you like a sad little lab rat waiting for its next heroin pellet as it just desperately pulls on the lever. Bro, this is literally you. Dude, I swear there's more good content.
Yeah, I need to switch off of Chrome because they're blocking ad blockers.
More pull of the lever. Just pull the lever one more time. This is literally you.
She's right, by the way. This is you every time you're on a social media app. This is it.
This is literally you. It's literally intermittent variable reinforcement. It's what gets people addicted to slot machines. But beyond that, have you noticed how everything is kind of bad lately? Well, that's because of the proliferation of hyper-capitalist trickle-down Reaganomics since the 1980s, but also because of phone. And phone, above all, wants engagement. And you know what gets the most engagement? Outrage and anger and also fear. And you know what gets the most engagement? Outrage.
Anger, joy, sadness, disgust. Look at the scale. Anger and joy, but anger well above joy. I remember some anime opening about zombies, and the zombies are breaking their fingers, mashing their phone screen. The scene is what I'm thinking about so much. They are zombies.
Rage and anger, and also
that's kind of what this creates. Like, the phone makes you zombie. It kills you. It's how you get infected originally. It's the 0-day infection. Social network left, and the same network colored by spreading emotions: red, green, blue, and black. So that red is anger, green is joy, blue is sadness, and black is disgust. There's a lot more red in this social network than anything else, and the second closest to it is sadness, actually. So I had to unsub from all my anger baiting YouTubers, even the liberal lefty ones. Yeah, honestly, stop watching things that make you angry. Usually leftists are doing a whole ass video essay, so their content is nice. Yeah, lefties don't tend to have anger baiting. It's more just like intellectualization. It's let's learn about a topic, which I do enjoy. I wish I need editors to like actually cut segments into proper videos. That'd be nice.
Fear. Those are the best ways to elicit engagement. Engineers didn't specifically make Facebook or Instagram to scare you or piss you off. They just outsourced decisions about what to show you to an algorithm. And the algorithm's only job is to get you to stay on for longer. Not, you know, caring about your sanity or whether or not you're having a good time on the app or whether you fall into a weird alt-right.
This is like the trope of like we created an AI and we made it so that it has to like make sure that the human race survives, and it nukes the whole planet to make sure that most of us die so that the human race can survive. Like, that's what this is doing.
Rabbit hole that turns you racist against one very specific group of people. Italians. Part of the reason I want to make this video is because Facebook makes people racist. There's genuinely evidence to suggest this. Well, correlation isn't causation, but oh buddy. There's evidence that linked German anti-refugee violence directly with Facebook. Not internet use in general, not the political leanings of people, but Facebook use in that area. Social media has also been a decisive factor in several instances of mass racial violence and, in one instance, genocide. They did this by intentionally whipping up people's emotions so that they could show them one more fucking wish ad for a thing they don't even know. What the fuck even is this? I don't know, but I'm really mad at Italians now. Also, not to mention, you know.
Don't be rude. Attacking us. Can you give us a question? Don't be rude. Can you give us a question?
Twice now. I wonder why everybody's so mad all the time. It's because we spend 6 hours on the Mad Machine. YouTube, Meta.
Angry anti-Italian noises. Americans make better pizza than Italy. True. Hot take. Italian food from Italy is dog shit because they don't season their food. Sorry, not sorry. And yes, you know what? From now on, this is called the Mad Machine. I like it. Put the Mad Machine away.
And Twitter's algorithms reward, quote, inflammatory language and outlandish claims. You're just letting them rewire your brain to be more mad and scared so they can sell you stuff. That's what's happening when you use your phone. And the phone is specifically bad because it's designed for these apps. It is perfect for what the engineers call the social validation feedback loop.
Which is why I'm saying, like, if you have a computer or a laptop, try and take some tasks that you often do on your phone and make them a thing that you only do on your computer and your laptop. You'll see a difference in your life.
If they ever were tools, they're not anymore. They're just portals through which the evilest and richest Silicon Valley engineers and psychologists can reach directly into your sweet little brain and extract those American dollars. But just like outrage is helpful for engagement on phone, it can also help you change your perspective on phone. You're probably very guilty. Why can't I stop scrolling TikTok? Why am I so addicted? Why do I keep checking it? I don't have any discipline. But instead, and this has genuinely worked very well for me, is I just get mad at the people and the companies who did this to us just to make a quick buck. It has genuinely worked very well for me. I think that's responsible for at least 50% of my reduction in screen time.
By the way, this does work. Just anytime, like if you're somebody who has struggles with self-confidence, anytime you have like a negative thought about yourself, just imagine Donald Trump saying it, and then suddenly you'll just want to do it even harder, and you'll slay. Do it.
Guilt spirals don't help you. If guilt moved people to do stuff,
guilt is a useless emotion here.
They'd be serving you guilt-inducing reels all day. There's a reason it's called rage bait and not guilt bait. Reminding yourself that you're up against the richest, evilest tech monopolies of all time works. And now on to step 2, which is a lot less exciting. Computer. I'm so for real. Okay, you've probably watched YouTube videos about how to quit phone, and then they'll be like, oh, my screen time is down 80%, but I mostly just use my computer for things.
Yeah, I'm on my phone far too often. I need to use the computer for more things. The issue being, after stream, my pain is bad, so I want to lay down, but I still want to respond to things and like look at what happened afterwards. I'm on my phone. I need to stop doing that.
But seriously, if the phone is the brain rot machine, the computer is just a tool. Computers were made to do stuff, not to suck up your time. Consider just the concept of apps. Imagine if In 2007, if you're old enough to remember that, Twitter for desktop was like, you can read the tweets, but first, you must download an executable file and install our program onto your computer. We'd be like, fuck no. You're a website. I'm gonna visit you once and maybe come back if you're cool. But for some reason on phones...
That's how it used to work, by the way. Again, another reason I hate the Mad Machine is because there used to be spaces on the internet that weren't Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, Tumblr. Like, there was more than that. Reddit, like there was actual forums, there was web page, like everyone could access the net equally. You could make a website equally. Websites can't send you notifications, they can send you emails. Like, get rid of your smartphone if you don't need it. You'll be a lot happier. If you do need it, just limit what you do on it. Discord was a website and then became an app and a program. That's true.
That's perfectly fine. We used to visit websites instead of living on platforms. And that's what traps you in the apps in the first place. You can't just do stuff on your phone. You need an app to do the thing. And also usually a free trial that you forget about.
You also generally can't multitask on a phone.
And these apps, they're basically walled gardens.
You can't have your second screen playing a video where you're learning some stuff while you're doing another thing.
Every single app's reason for existing, in case you've forgotten, is to keep you looking at the app so it can serve you more ads. Like on Instagram, if you try to click an external link to something you find interesting, it's like, oh, you sure? You sure you want to leave the app? You want to leave this app? Are you sure? But what if you just use the in-app browser that sucks absolute shit and then we could track you on it? Is that okay? Can you do that? Please don't leave. But on the computer, instead of 5 apps designed to trap you in there and cook your soft, supple brain each in unique and terrible ways, you have equal access to the whole internet, plus a bunch of programs that you can download and pay for legally, and also video games. So by switching all of your brain rot activities from your phone to your computer, you're not depriving yourself of anything. You can scroll Instagram Reels, you can play Bejeweled.
Like, that's the whole point of apps. Like, this is what I mean. Here's to the promises. This is the Mad Machine. This exists specifically to control your experience, your beliefs, your thoughts, what you feel. Or when you send links via Instagram and it doxes you. Oh yeah, by the way, if you're gonna send an Instagram link, make sure to remove the last couple characters in that link because it's likely your account name.
You can even watch porn. You just got to do it on the computer. And make sure to aim away from the keyboard for that last one. But the brain rot on the computer, it's kind of sucks. It's kind of not enjoyable, especially thinking of everything else you can do on the computer. When I surveyed my audience, most of you guys use your phone for entertainment, doom scrolling, but for people with digital hobbies like music production, video editing, art, stuff like that, they use the computers for it because they're tools. Sure, you could brain rot on the computer, but it's just as easy to do something at least sort of worthwhile.
It's much easier to A, not only multitask, but B, again, just walk away from it. It's not like on the phone, it's the whole screen and you close the screen and it's gone and you forget about it. It's not like on the computer, you can just leave it open, you can walk away, go do something, you can come back. You can have, again, several monitors. You can make actual choices on the content that you're engaging with on a computer. Whereas on the phone, it's just the slot machine over and over and over again. That's it. That's all you do is the slot machine. Years ago, my friend's brother on Discord posted something on Snapchat and I saw his actual location. I was like, bro, like, what the fuck? I hate these sites. I hate all of them. Every last one of them.
If the phone is a walled garden, a computer is a vast forest of information and creativity. There's a reason it was called the Wild West in the early internet. It's because Facebook and Instagram hadn't tamed and enclosed all the cool shit just to make money. And like this sort of brain rot surfing the internet to, oh,
I see something cool, I look up tutorials, I try it out, I either abandon it or learn a new skill. That's the cycle.
Maybe I should try that out, is basically how I learned everything I know, like coding, music, Spanish, video editing.
This is also how I learned pretty much everything I know. I dropped out of college.
Crocheting, just by seeing something online, going, looks cool, giving it a try. And if you're like, okay, I can move all my brain rot to my computer, but what about my DMs? You can download an app like Texts or Beeper. It aggregates all your DMs, including the ones on TikTok and Instagram and Twitter, and that means that your friend can send you a funny tweet, but then you don't spend 30 minutes like this. I never thought about how weird it would have to be to make B-roll, like, oh, look at me, I'm on my phone and I'm so sad. And doing your brain rotting on the computer gives you an easy way to unhook. With a computer, you just walk away instead of always having it right next to you to check at any point. Anyway, my point is, on your computer, you could doom scroll, but it's way less appealing. And that's not to say that computers aren't addictive. For example, Balatro. And there are a few things you can add to the computer to make it even less—
It's just like, I don't care if you're addicted to the computer, because that's not an experience entirely controlled by like 3 guys.
Appealing, like Unhook, which blocks recommended videos in YouTube so you don't fall down YouTube rabbit holes. There's a few filters for uBlock, which blocks the Reddit homepage because I get real addicted to that. And then there's self-control, which just hard blocks a website, and I usually turn that on after getting mad on X, the Everything app, and then I have to put myself into timeout. Also, ad block. Ad block. Seriously, ad block. If Chrome doesn't let you use it anymore, use Firefox. I swear to God, ad block. Once you've gone a few weeks without being bombarded by ads constantly, when you go back to being bombarded with ads, you're like—
Me, when I bought YouTube Premium and then had to open a YouTube link on a second Chrome page, like a Chrome browser that wasn't my actual account, and then I got hit with a YouTube ad, exactly this.
The term algorithmic complacency was coined by Technology Connections, and it means sort of you're okay with algorithms feeding you content, deciding what content you consume, and ultimately deciding kind of what you think and value, instead of you actively choosing what you're engaging with.
I love AI slop content. My algorithm knows what's best for me.
You're really gonna let the Zuck mainline his content right into your dome? You're really gonna—
Yeah, you're gonna let him? You're gonna let this guy put what he wants into your head? Are you intending— are you gonna scroll on Instagram? Cause he's in your mind right now. It took about 100 blocks for YouTube to finally slow down on sending me a Charlie Kirk ad. I shit you not, I get like 12 Charlie Kirk ads a day, no matter what I search. That's wild. I only get like mainstream media shown to me.
Gonna get an algorithm to make the decisions of what you consume. And the more online stuff you consume via the computer, at least this is my experience, the less complacent the consumption is. Sure, I could scroll on Twitter until I get depressed, or I could crack open a Future Funk tutorial on one monitor and a totally legally obtained copy of FL Studio on the other monitor and just go to town and make something weird. I could try free coding classes. I could learn how to Photoshop so I'm not relying on AI for making—
All social media should just get banned. All of it should be illegal. The phone should be illegal. Make smartphones illegal for 5 years. And then we can have scientists and researchers talk about how we can make that again without destroying the fucking planet. Can we do that? 5 years long enough? Maybe we should make it 10? Let's just throw all of the phones into the sun. Every tablet too, your iPad too. All of them, they're gone. You get a laptop or a PC, that's all you get.
my memes. I could see a cool crochet project and then open like 10 different patterns on my browser and skim them until I find one I want to make. I could read video game reviews on Reddit with Steam in the other tab. I have so many choices, and the phone kind of gives you none choices except for deciding which algorithm makes the decisions for you. It takes some practice to unhook yourself from algorithmic complacency, but it does work. In conclusion, there's a reason doom scrolling sounds depressing, but surfing the net sounds rad as hell. Use your computer for most of your stuff is what I'm saying. Honestly, when I wake up, I check my phone and I just leave it plugged in. When I get home, I plug in my phone and then I don't really check it and I just use my computer for messages and for doom scrolling and stuff. It's nice, it's great. It works, I swear. In part 3, the rest of it, I have a bunch of other miscellaneous tips. Let's just, number 1, fuck Opal. If you're gonna set a screen time password, do it with your eyes closed. Get a friend to do it. I'm so fucking serious. I have no self-control. I did this in my last year of university, and then I also blocked the apps on my computer too. That's the only way I graduated, man. Just blocked it on my computer, blocked it on my phone. I did miss several parties that I was invited to on Facebook, but it was worth it. Number 2, replace the social media apps with like a non-brain rot, but still like chill replacement. Like you don't have to replace it with like books or like
hang out with friends. Go hang out and like voice chat on Discord and someone will jump in and talk to them. Like do that instead. I didn't have a smartphone for college. It's probably the only way I graduated. Jeez, lucky you.
Math quizzes or something.
Glad it worked.
Also, ebooks from the library, but you could, replace it with something chill like Sudoku or chess puzzles or Chet, it's a music training app or a language app, just something that's like not too hard, or like a nice puzzle game that doesn't have any microtransactions, just something that's not too hard, but also it's not Twitter. When I'm really serious about cutting down on social media, I get so fucking good at Sudoku. Number 3, use website blockers that aren't browser extensions. On Mac, I use self-control. You gotta really delve into the settings to get around that bad boy. Number 4, no phone in bed. Ever.
Funny enough, I found UViz was from one of my weirdo friends I've gamed with for like 10 years online. Really? That's wild.
Phone in bed is evil. Phone in bed is the mind killer. I keep my phone.
You can also get a dummy phone, but also she's right. Don't have your phone in your bedroom. Just like if you use it for an alarm, then plug it in on the opposite side of the room from you and leave it there. Do not go to bed with your phone on your nightstand. Okay, then if not in bed, then just make sure you go and plug it in on the other side of the room, Shardspork. Like at night. So you would have to get up out of bed, walk over to it to use it. That is an idea of a way to get past that. There's that's the thing, right? Like you just try shit. And if it doesn't work, then you try other shit. I'm in bed on stream right now. Oof, right, I forgot that it is the middle of the night and I stream when it's the middle of the night. Sometimes phone in bed is required, I get that. Just don't go to sleep with it charging next to you. Don't go to sleep with it right next to your head. Just put it somewhere else in the room.
Which is also my alarm.
Jesus Christ, Captain Buggy, I hope you're joking.
Coffee machine at night. You might have seen me doing this the whole video. If not, sorry, you're gonna notice it now. And that's because I'm very fidgety. And so a lot of the time when I'm using my phone, it's just because I'm like trying to find something to do with my hands. So, find something to do with your hands. I know crocheting is a little girly. My other alternative to this is genuinely, unironically, butterfly knife.
I mean, that'll work.
It's not sharp.
Mine is usually,
knife.
this. Thank you to Cat Piss for getting me this for Christmas. That works. Just like keys that you're stimming with.
So whichever one of those calls to you, I guess.
I do want a butterfly.
But yeah, no, find something to do with your hands. I'll say, it's infinitely better than like a night of doom scrolling is a night of listening to full albums, eat a gummy, crochet all day. Mwah. And if this doesn't help you, hopefully at least you learned something about how these terrible algorithms work. Anyway, this video is sponsored by piracy. Come on, are you really gonna pay for Disney Plus, HBO, Netflix, and Hulu?
All right, I can't play that one, but good on you. No, she's right entirely. These platforms are evil. Mind control. In fact, so good that I'm dropping a sub for that channel. Thank you. Go drop Hazel is Online a follow, actually. Incredibly based. 10 out of 10 video. The Canadian left is cooked. Oof, that doesn't look good.
People had
But, yeah. She's correct. Now, that was a good video. Pro computer, anti-phone is a good take. That's my take from now on. I hate, not anti-phone, anti-smartphone. You can have a phone. I just don't want you to have the Mad Machine. Now, so next we're going to look at how cops are using AI to spy on you. But I need a second. So, I'll be back. I'm still, quitting vaping. I haven't vaped in over a week, if you haven't noticed. But I do still have a teensy bit of a nicotine addiction. So, give me 10 seconds. Or rather, 1 minute. Let's go. Smoke break. Yeah, sorry. I don't have a full smoke. I just have like a couple hits from it, and that's enough. AI streamer says what? Oof. You got me. I really am actually in Pine Gap. Quitting nicotine vaping was one of the hardest things I've had to quit, worse than like 5 years of painkillers. Yeah, I quit cigarettes after smoking for 12 years rather easily. Vaping has been fucking hard. Vaping has been really, really, really hard. Even today, like after weeks of not vaping, I still want one. I recall people citing studies comparing tobacco addiction to heroin. I don't know how physically accurate it is. Tobacco is harder to quit than heroin, statistically, because heroin has a 90-something recidivism rate, whereas tobacco has nearly 100% recidivism rate. The reason for it is that it's everywhere. You can see tobacco. You see people smoking, and you don't see people like shooting up on TV anywhere near as much as you see people smoking on TV or vaping on TV. And that makes you want one, and then you can just go and buy one really easily. If they quantify it based on statistics, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The recidivism rate. So, back to statistics, actually. AI. Cops are using it to spy on you. Yeah, it's the barriers as well, yeah.
People had like 7 fingers on their hand. You were generating people had like 7 fingers on their hand. You were generating an AI avatar. And now some of them are really hard for even me to tell whether it's like a fake image or not.
Imagine you're an immigrant.
Vapes have like 10 to 15 to 20 times the nicotine of a cigarette, and you vape indoors all day. You vape in bed, you carry your vape in your hand. You don't smoke inside because, you know, smoke smells bad and it makes your house smell bad. But vaping inside, well, that's fine because like it doesn't make it smells like fruity. It smells like I don't know, unicorn poop, whatever it is. There's so many evil companies out there that are in AI arms race to make the most evil totalitarian AI for the fascist bucks. Yeah, literally, yeah.
And a friendly mutual on social media or in a Discord server suddenly starts chatting with you. You become close and maybe make an offhand comment about politics. Before you know it, the police have a full record of your conversation and comments, and you're being deported. Massive Blue is a company that's working with...
As in, like, you're on Twitch and you say some shit and suddenly you're off to the gulags.
And maybe make an offhand comment about politics. Before you know it, the police have a full
30 arrests a day for offensive online messages from the Times. I mean, that's in England, but like it's worse here.
Record of your conversation and comments, and you're being deported. Massive Blue is a company that's working with police departments across America to bring this type of surveillance infrastructure to life. They're creating an endless stream of AI-generated people online to interact with and collect intelligence on college protesters, immigrants, political activists, and alleged criminals.
They don't have their online posting license. Don't give them ideas. We already talked about the coming social credit score. I don't normally jump on board to booing portable tech that I would likely be dead if I didn't bring it with me one day while secretly out in town. But unironically, I would trade my phone for a desktop. Like, see, the thing is, I want you to have a phone. I just don't want you to have a smartphone, Ox. I want you to have a flip phone and a desktop. That's what I want. I want every one of you to have a desktop or a laptop and a flip phone. Or a slide phone with the keyboard. Those are better than the flip phones, in my personal opinion, as someone who's had one of those and a Razor. I prefer the slide phone, but like you can still have a phone. I just don't want you to use your phone for things that aren't texting or calling. Have an iPod again. Bring back iPods. Make iPods great again to listen to music. Carry a camera around if you want to take a picture rather than taking a picture with your phone. Tablets need to go. Stupid phones, like, it's not just the phones though. It's the tablets too. All of them. It's desktop or laptop. That's it. Those are the ways you access the internet. I want there to be a ritual. You enter a room, the computer room, and you sit down at the computer desk, and then you access the internet. It is a way of doing it that has become ritualistic because of the methods that you use. You have to go to the place. You have to sit in the specific spot. Your brain might not, like, you're not thinking of this as ritualistic, but your brain is. I did music on my PSP all the way until like age 22. Really? Wow. No, the Razor is not the coolest phone ever. That would be the Sidekick. What's up, Shuva Poofer?
Reform Media's Jason Kebler has been exposing all of this. Today, he joins me to talk about digital surveillance, how military tech is increasingly being used on the American public, and what activism might look like in the age of AI. Hi, Jason. Welcome to Power User.
Hey, thanks for having me back.
So this story, when I read it, terrified me because I immediately started to look at my social media feed and was like, oh my God, like how many of these people in my replies are weird AI agents? So tell me what's going on here.
How many people you interact with per day might be an AI? On Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook, on Twitch, even on TikTok. Thinking the sidekick is better means you are exactly 3 years younger than me. I'm 29, so...
Yeah, so basically a company has invented a tool for cops where they can create these AI-powered social media profiles that are intended to collect evidence on any target that the cops want.
Well.
And this includes not just criminals, right?
It can include criminals, like child trafficking is a big use case that they say, but then it can also include, quote, college protesters, activists, things like that.
So again, that's all the idea of having an AI pretending to be somebody, a youth looking for pedophiles to talk online, or somebody who is a fake terrorist is an idea that goes back a long time. Dave Moss, who studies border surveillance technologies at the Electronic Frontier Foundation, told 404 Media. The problem is that all these things are ill-defined problems. What problems are they actually trying to solve? One version of the AI persona is an escort. I'm not concerned about escorts. I'm not concerned about college protesters. So, like, what is effective at violating protesters' First Amendment rights? So, like, what is effective at violating protesters' First Amendment rights? That's the quote.
And it can also include, quote, college protesters, activists, things like that.
When did this start happening?
Cops have been going undercover for decades, but this sort of like automated social media monitoring is really recent. Like this company that I wrote about started just in 2023.
I think that company
like
that you covered
there might be
is
one of them in the chat right now. There might be someone viewing this who's a bot, whose job it is to report this stream, people on the stream saying things to the authorities. I'm actually AFP AI here to push Australian agenda. Hey, I mean, we have one of us already. We don't need two. It could even be me. It could be you, Shufu. It could be. You've posted photos of your cat. Those could be AI generated. It could really be me. No, like that's what I mean. Like it really could. I'm aware. I'm not joking. It could be any of you. It could be any of me. It could be, I could be an AI and you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. If I was one of the shitty AIs, you would know. But if I'm like a proper government AI, you wouldn't know. Who's the fucking clanker in here? Catch me outside. I'll do it. I haven't said catch me outside in ages, but thank you for reminding me of that. I'm with Big Ocean or whatever Chinese company AI is called. No, I want that thrown into the sun too. Any one of your accounts could be bugged. Actually, you should probably act as if all of your accounts are bugged at all times. That's probably the better way to engage with it. Even if we weren't AI, anyone could just backdoor their way onto our system and monitor everything you do with it. Yep, that's why I said if you don't need your camera on your computer, maybe put like a piece of tape over it. Even if you think your username has zero connection to your real world, AI can scrape so much data and make the most extreme connections. They still find you. Yeah, you're right. 100%. It's called Prism.
Called Massive Blue, and its tool Overwatch is, I think, what you described as like running all of these AI systems. Was there something that happened in 2023 that made this company come to fruition?
I think the big thing is that AI just got a lot better, like a lot more conversant. We started to see the rise of like ChatGPT toward the end of 2022, I believe it was. And so we don't know exactly what large language models or which AI tools are being
like little time has passed since this thing debuted and where we're at now
used. But I think before things like ChatGPT, it would have been really hard to make a believable AI bot person. And so these are social media accounts that have a profile picture that can interact with other users, both like out in the wild, like on your timeline, but then also in DMs and like in Discord chats and things like that.
You wrote that Massive Blue markets itself as a, quote, AI
Discord chats, eh? New York-based company that's selling to police departments the technology calls its product Overwatch, which it markets as, quote, an AI-powered force multiplier for public safety that deploys lifelike virtual agents which infiltrate and engage criminal networks across various channels. So this definitely sounds like something that they would use against the radical left, you know, deploys lifelike virtual agents which infiltrate and engage criminal networks across various channels. Remember, it is now illegal to say that, insinuate that the laws might even remotely be wrong. That's the state now, you know? So what does that mean? What does that mean? Do flip phones have enough battery today, though? I thought the issue was me having trouble imagining flip phones, C charger and color on the screen that has storage for files that get sent to me SMS. Like, no. You're not downloading files on your phone. I don't want you downloading files on your phone. That's on your computer. Your phone's battery will last. You can, like flip phones lasted for 3 days without, like, charge if you just didn't make too many calls. You get text messages. You want to download an SMS file, like you want to download a doc, that's going through your email, mate, not an SMS. How do I use my phone to check audio files? You don't. You use your iPod to do that. There was another device that you used to listen to music that wasn't on your phone, that you carried with you, that wasn't your phone, but that was your music device. Just like how you had a camera that was separate from your phone as well. Saying anything that is unfavorable of the president is illegal, basically. No, I don't want that. I don't want you to have that at all. I don't want you to be able to look at pictures or clips on your phone. I want you to have the small screen. You can send text messages with your keyboard. No internet on your phone. That's for the computer. I don't think iPods exist anymore, nor will the Zoomers know what they are, so bring them back. Bring them back. The iPod Touch is literally just an iPhone. I need that TikTok clip, the one from yesterday. This one?
Critiquing America is now terrorism. But what if we critique the people that run America? Asking questions that may even insinuate the laws are wrong is now illegal. So what if I got a problem with living here? Having a problem with living here is illegal. Okay, so what if like innocent people getting killed and like my rights are being infringed on? All heroes will be shot. Well, can I critique the president? The president was picked by God. Okay, well, I'm gonna just stand up and start a revolution then. Well, you and anybody that see what you do or was a part of it will be shot. Y'all can't shoot everybody. We will shoot everybody.
That's the government. And so when they say AI-powered force multiplier for public safety that deploys lifelike virtual agents which infiltrate and engage criminal networks, that means us, guys. We're not criminals, but that does mean us. All heroes will be shot. Yeah. Personally, I'm fine with that.
Powered force multiplier for public safety that deploys lifelike virtual agents that infiltrate and engage criminal networks across various channels. And some of those channels, I think you mentioned, were text messages and social media. So how do these agents find people on social media, and how do they even get them on text message?
Shard, I would say, yeah, we are, because we care and are trying to fix something. That's kind of it, yeah. Like you are one of these small group of people who care and are actively trying to fix the thing rather than break it. So yeah, kind of.
The way we reported this story was we got public records, so I filed a lot of public information requests with different police departments, and so I got emails between Massive Blue and these police departments. And in those emails, Massive Blue, which is the company that makes these personas, was asking cops for trigger words, more or less. So a trigger word might be protest, or it might be the name of a local university, or it might be different slang words for drugs or what have you. And so these bots will monitor,
we'll scrape all social media for any mention. Here's a really good graph of it. They'll scrape social media for any mention of specific keywords or phrases, and then they'll find your account, and then they'll go from there. So it's ClearNet to DarkNet, goes Radar, Community Connector, identifies threats here from social media, from websites, marketing forums, creates an AI persona specifically based on what it's collected, analyze the threat, and then it does the thing. The next step to this, which isn't here, but we've heard Larry Ellison talk about, is then it will then deploy the police, because that's the whole goal, is there is no police, the AI is the police. The actual police are just the grunts that the AI tells to go do the thing.
X or Instagram and look for different hashtags or look for different words that the police believe is associated with criminal activity or protected activity that the police want to surveil. And then the bots will basically like start responding.
And like, these are some, I mean, like I can tell is AI. This one looks like a real picture. 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 So, like, how are you gonna know?
They're like reply guy bots, more or less.
Now, there are
and I think
shittier
that
ones.
if they're able to like start a conversation.
Highly adaptable personas. What's up, Ma? You ready to bag tonight? You know it, Daddy. That's what's up, baby. We're gonna make it poor tonight. Stay safe and focused. Daddy got you. Dem tricks tripping tonight, trying not to pay. Facts baby ain't letting these tricks slide. You stand your ground. Like, this is the AI generated pimp. This is an AI pimp. Why? Who the fuck knows? Here's a drug runner. Like, these are AI. I don't know why they blocked that one out. It's pretty terrifying.
You know, you can go down the rabbit hole where maybe like a conversation would start on Twitter and then move to like a private Discord or something like that.
Yeah, you start tweeting at each other, maybe the bot DMs you, then suddenly you're talking to them on text message and Discord.
Maybe the bot is in Twitch chat and argues with you a little bit and then joins the Discord and then, like, you know.
Massive Blue lists things like border security, school safety, and stopping human trafficking among this tool's.
Also narcotics, firearms, also private security, critical infrastructure, corporate security, executive protection, religious organizations, and event venues. So, this is working for corporate security, executive protections, and religious organizations. That's what this is working for. Bro, if you get caught by the police getting drugs off an AI, honestly, you deserve it. It's a massive learning life lesson that you need if you fell for that. I mean, for now, yeah, but these AI are getting really good. They can video chat sometimes and be convincing. Sometimes, not all of them. This kind of makes me glad that I'm so oblivious that I miss almost every DM I get on Discord or Twitch. Probably not a bad thing. Speaking of, yeah, join the Discord.
Use cases. Has this technology so far led to any arrests?
From what we're aware, it has led to 0 arrests. We know that they're working with at least 2 police departments, and in those 2 counties, which, you know,
Pinal County and Yuma County in Texas. Of course it's Texas. Massive Blue has also pitched its services to Cochise County in Arizona and the Texas Department of Public Safety, according to documents obtained in this investigation.
You know, Yuma County and Pinal County in Arizona, both close to the border, there have been 0 arrests associated with this. It's possible that they are working with other police departments in other states, but the company is really, really secretive. And so we don't know exactly which police departments it's working with, but we know that it's been associated with 0 arrests so far in about a year. So
zeros in chat if you're an AI.
It's not really clear how effective this tool actually is.
Okay, so you talk about how Massive Blue develops these personas. Can you run through some of the personas that they've deployed across social media so far? Or at least ones that you found that were in the presentation?
Basically, the way we reported the story is we got...
You're getting banned. I'll see you never. Goodbye.
A presentation, like a pitch deck, a pitch presentation that the company sent to police. And as part of this, they were like, here's examples of all the types of people, like personas, that we can make for you. One is named Heidi, and she's called a radicalized AI persona. Like, that's how the company pitches it. According to this slide, she's 36 years old. She's from Texas. She's divorced. She has no children.
This is fucking crazy.
She's really interested in body positivity and seeking meaning, and also baking. I would describe it as kind of like a fever dream stereotype of what the police imagine a like leftist protester to be.
It is. But like, this kind of AI is only going to get better. There's a bunch of companies doing this, not just Massive Blue. Yeah. And at the very top is Palantir. I banned you for a second. Don't worry, I gave you your mod status back. I told you. We don't accept AI in this community.
I don't
a blue-haired liberal that is divorced, cat lady, all of that.
That's exactly the vibe. And then there's another one.
Because it's basing it off of what they think of. Like, of course it's a little bit sexist. Like, they're people who like cops that are making this shit.
Who's like a 25-year-old from Dearborn, Michigan, which is a heavily Muslim area. And it says that this woman's parents emigrated from Yemen. She speaks Arabic and she's active on Telegram and Signal. So that's like very Palestinian protester coded is sort of what I think they're going for here. And then they also have what they call a child trafficking persona, which is a kid, a 14-year-old kid named Jason, not me. And they say that he's really into anime, gaming, comic books.
Man, AI discrimination hasn't even started yet. You just wait.
He's shy. He has difficulty interacting with girls. And then they have like examples of conversations that he has where he's like obsessed with SpongeBob, for example. I thought this was one of the most ridiculous ones just because it has like a back and forth conversation between the bot.
That's what the bots are for, Shuva Poofer. They take that info and they use it for ads, but no, of course they're just going to give it to the cops too now. Bro, this is just AI stereotypes. It is, but like it's going to learn from them. Imagine an era where all the lefties have figured out everything out and fucking vanished from the internet. We all have underground community networks and stay connected. The internet is only like a few thousand right-wingers and 10 million bots. Actually, that's exactly what the conservative Reddit page is right now. I want that future. Wouldn't Palantir be okay? My understanding is that, no, Palantir is, like, literally evil. Like, Palantir is one of the most evil companies there is.
When today's rich and famous tech companies talk about what they do, they usually say something like, "We are connecting the world." And by that they mean we are creating a sexualized Farmville that is as addictive.
Wait, this isn't the right one. This is the other one. Let me get the proper one just to show you how bad Palantir really is. Really quickly. The Palantir. There we go.
It's one thing to criticize.
Just to show you like bits of it, because I'm not going to show you the whole video. I'll link it to you, but we've watched this on stream before.
A boom in demand for its AI software from the U.S. government.
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am.
Palantir, a tech company based here in Denver, claims they can revolutionize government systems with their data.
Regular Earth. And what we do is we use what legal scholars call predicate-based search. So we would look at you, and then we would go out and say, oh, there's lots of different things in your life that may be indicative of someone involved in bad behavior.
Put simpler, they make software that
As in, they analyze your online behavior and then they make decisions accordingly.
makes it easier for their customers to collect and analyze data, and then act on that analysis with and without AI. By 2013, 10 years after their founding, Palantir's client list included the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the Marines, the Air Force, Special Operations Command,
They work
and more.
for the terrorists.
Did your company?
Oh, and also, just so you really can see, some of you might not get this reference, but I think that this is on purpose because, again, they named Palantir knowingly. They knew what they were doing. Wasn't an accident. So why is this Palantir Summit in 2023 called Miltech? Like, it's basically just Militech. This is after Cyberpunk came out. These people, very clearly, as we've covered, have read and played and engaged in Cyberpunk media and use that to form, like, the basis of their reality that they want for their future. Zuckerberg's metaverse came from Ready Player One, which also came from Snow Crash. Like, we know that. It's not a coincidence.
Helped to track and kill Osama bin Laden.
You know, we can never. I'll tell you, the closest thing to an answer is there are when you look at when you open the paper and look in the news about these kind of things, there's a 2/3 chance, depending on the country involved, that somehow my company was involved.
They're also the ones that made Lavender, which is the AI that bombs Palestinian civilians.
Efforts of America,
of Palantir.
If you do not feel comfortable supporting the legitimate efforts of America and its allies in the context of war, don't join Palantir.
This entire
They're demons. This is demons talking.
Privately. Publicly, the lawyers have some innocuous say something like tech for the amelioration of
About
unwanted blah,
the
blah,
kill
blah.
chain.
He's rejected for political reasons.
We are very comfortable being unpopular.
Corp doesn't think controversy will lose Palantir customers.
Whatever is pissing them off, they're still buying the product.
Wendy's hired Palantir to help with their supply chain. Palantir works with health insurance companies to build AI for denials
2003.
management to protect revenue.
Do you want?
Yeah, like they're the ones that Luigi would hate, like all of it. They do all of the bad stuff. Yeah, all the bad stuff. So that's Palantir. The irony that a noun is used to describe social media accounts is the same noun that we use to describe drug addicts as active users, because they are. Sorry, I know this was like off topic for a second, but like no, like social media users are drug addicts. It's the same thing.
And like
Peter Thiel wasn't involved the whole time. Peter Thiel only joined Palantir's board recently, and he's the one that's doing all of the evil shit. I would still expect some qualities that make me feel like, even though it's limited tech, it still makes me feel like it was made 2 decades after the chapter of technology. I get the point of making sure you can't invest as much time by its base design by making it optional with internal settings, but reminders don't. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. I want it to be impossible for you on your phone to play a JPEG, look at a JPEG that isn't tiny, to play an MP4 that isn't shitty, or to play a .wav file. I want you to use your iPod for that, like a different device that you would carry. We had a portable device that you could carry with your phone. That was the one that you did. You just needed Wi-Fi access for it. That's all you needed. I don't want you to be able to do any of that shit on your phone at all. Period. None. Phone call, text, that's it.
an imagined child trafficker. It's pretty nuts.
It's clearly concerning that this company is getting lots of contracts with police departments, maybe some that we don't even know about. But what is the real harm here? It's like, we're familiar with bot networks online. I feel like this was a big thing, back in 2016, 2017, when people were really worried about bots influencing our election or shaping discourse. And I feel like a lot of those concerns ultimately never came to fruition. So what is new about what's happening here, and why should people care about this?
I mean, I think that in the 2016 election, for sure, there was like a lot of fear about the Russian troll armies. And in some cases, those are bots. In other cases, it was like people in Russia who were, planning protests. And
from what I understand, it was about like a 10-to-1 ratio, 1 Russian to 10 bots.
Sowing discord and like fighting with other people online. In this case, it's like police who are supposed to be keeping us safe. The like use cases that they are describing, like child trafficking.
Again, public safety, but also private security right here. Corporate security, executive protection, religious organizations.
Definitely a crime. Drug trafficking, definitely a crime. But then they also say that they want to use this to catch college protesters.
American police departments near the United States-Mexico border are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for an unproven and secretive technology that uses AI-generated online personas designed to interact and collect intelligence on college protesters, radicalized political activists, and suspected drug and human traffickers, according to internal documents.
Protesters, it's like that's a protected activity under the First Amendment. And so you could easily imagine this being used not to catch criminals, but to trick people into endangering themselves if they're trying to plan a protest at a college, or if they're trying to plan an anti-Trump protest.
Which I think you can't
One of the
do
people
anymore.
who works for Massive Blue is this guy named Chris Clem, and he was a Border Patrol agent for like 27 years, I believe. And if you look at his LinkedIn, he's posting images of
Okay, do your genealogy off your phone. You can't do that on your phone anymore. I banned it. That's it.
himself with RFK Jr.,
great.
Tulsi Gabbard,
So-
with like all of these Trump administration officials. And so it's clear that this technology is very like anti-immigration coded, anti-leftist coded, like that is kind of
Like
the
they're
point
coming for us.
here.
One thing that immediately stood out, and I think you mentioned this in the story, is the potential to, like you said, trick students, and specifically foreign students. I mean, the Trump administration has revoked the visas of hundreds of foreign students at this point, mostly those who have protested against, Israel's assault on Gaza. But it seems like, especially for maybe a non-English native speaker, or maybe somebody that's a little bit new to online spaces on the left, like they've just started college, maybe they're visiting, they could be very easily tricked by something like this, right? I mean, I could imagine a young person, again, not a native English speaker, maybe starting to talk to one of these AI agents and saying the wrong thing about Israel and Gaza, or saying the wrong thing about some political matter, and then that being used to revoke their visa or punish them in some other way.
I mean, absolutely. And that's like where my head went to immediately when we started doing this story, because protest is protected by the First Amendment if you're a US citizen. But what we've seen in recent weeks is that people getting picked up off the street because they wrote a critical op-ed in a college newspaper. We've seen people held at the border because they have these like very minor visa overstays and things in their past. And so you could easily imagine
Why
this.
do feds never impersonate the trots handing out newspapers? Are they just irrelevant, or are they true? No, they're irrelevant. That's why. It's also the fact that they're like, they're not aware of all of the parties involved. They just kind of clump everyone together into one, and they think that's good enough. Yeah, no, this is really bad, guys.
Being used to find students who are guilty of thought crimes against the administration. I don't know how else to say it.
Literally
but
is the
it's
answer.
really, really concerning for that reason, I think.
How advanced do you think the tech behind all of this is? I mean, do you know anything about Overwatch's funders, anything about the company? I know you mentioned that guy, Chris Clem, I think he was, who went on Theo Vaughn recently, and Theo Vaughn asked him, okay, what does your company do? And he says, well, I'm not going to get into it that much. So who's behind this serious company, and what tech is underlying it?
That's the thing. Like, when we were writing this article, with surveillance technology, there's usually a big gulf between what a product promises and what it can actually do. And so I think if you imagine like the scariest version of this technology, it would be an AI that's totally indecipherable from a human being. And what we know about AI right now is it's not that good.
Like, it's not,
but it still does.
That's not the scariest version of this technology to me. The scariest version of this technology to me is this technology being specifically curated and built to work in a way that goes against socialists, like specifically. And that's what I'm being told. So, like, yeah, no, I'm fucking terrified of this shit.
Trick lots of people, like AI generally speaking. So I think it's really hard to know whether this is like a company that's kind of pitching snake oil where it doesn't really work that well, or it's like a sophisticated AI. I think given that the people involved don't seem to be highly technical, I would bet that it's kind of like off the shelf AI technology. Like, I don't think that they're using technology that you or I couldn't use to create like an AI persona. If we were doing like a chat GPT, that's probably...
I don't know what would make you think that, right? Like, you can do this with a shitty chat GPT model. It just won't come out as good. But if this is law enforcement doing it, and we live in a hyper-militarized America, for now, maybe they're using the shitty one, but like the new executive order that we just read, the passage of martial law basically gives cops more funding. Well, what's some of that actually gives cops a lot more funding? Where's that funding going to go? I would imagine that funding's going to go to AI, because that's where all of their funding goes.
Probably what it's like.
Right. I mean, I feel like this company might be a little bit of a joke, or maybe it hasn't really built the most effective tech yet. But then you guys have also done tons of reporting on Palantir, and I wrote about their efforts recently too, in partnership with ICE, where they're seeking to develop more and more AI tools.
Immigration OS surveillance platform. Love that. Again, from the people who brought you Lavender, the AI that kills Palestinian children.
So many sophisticated AI tools, obviously, for use in places like Gaza. How likely do you see that sort of similar tools like this will be replicated potentially by more capable tech companies like Palantir or some of these other kind of defense contractors?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that ICE is saying that it's going to scan the social media.
ICE wants to know if you're posting negative things online. Palantir was literally like built on AI. Like, that's their whole thing. So
media of people on student visas to determine whether they can stay in the country, which is really scary. And we know that the way that they'll be doing that is with AI-enabled tools made by companies like Palantir, which is an incredibly sophisticated company that has been in the surveillance business for decades at this point. I think that cops, like a lot of other industries, are obsessed with AI and what it can do to kind of like automate their work and empower their work. And so I think even things like, facial recognition, license plate readers, like we're seeing AI being integrated into both regular policing, but then
You guys might want to, like, depending on who you are and how loud you are, maybe start wearing a mask outside again, like back when it was COVID. Maybe learn to shift your weight onto one side versus another, learn to walk weird to confuse these AI systems from actually being able to track you. Like, the way this works is the camera sees you and it can't see your face, but it can notice how tall you are, and then it can say, well, the shadow is like over there and it's this time and they're about this tall based on the height comparison to that, and so I would imagine that they're about this weight and they're stepping with their left foot first, so like, and that's how it'll analyze it. So if you're able to, I don't know, if you're walking down one street, shift to start walking with your right foot first instead of your left foot first, maybe you hunch back a little bit, maybe like you are able to fuck with the data a little bit. Luckily I'm white and US born, I'm safe for a couple of months. Yeah, maybe. What's up, Natty W?
and also immigration enforcement. I think that AI tools are just like, they're very scary in this context where things that you post on social media, people that you hang out with, tattoos that you have can be used against you to deport you from this country. And so I think it's a huge, huge concern.
Yeah, and we've seen over and over again, too, that these systems are flawed, right? These AI systems make mistakes, and there's this tendency to say, well, the AI found you guilty of XYZ, or the AI determined XYZ, as if it's sort of this infallible tech. I mean, you mentioned the tattoo thing. I could see them scanning stuff.
Is that you on the TV also? No. I don't know. She doesn't look like me at all.
Wrong. So much of this feels like military tech too that's being repurposed for citizens. We've seen a lot of these tools used abroad in foreign wars, and I just keep thinking back to that. I don't know if it's a saying.
The way that we get new technology often is that it's developed through the military and then is released to the public to be sold as a commodity once the military has one level up from it. The US military specifically tries to maintain like one generation ahead of not only the public, but of like every other country. And so, yeah, this is military tech, and it'll be regular tech in about 5 years. Sorry, I'm not American. Americans may look alike to me. Apologies in advance. That's valid. Although, like, not really, but I'll take it.
Or a tweet or something of like everything that's happening in Gaza, like those technologies will be weaponized against citizens. And I think of like that robot dog that we saw as well that's now being deployed by police departments. So
oh, cool. It's already being deployed by police departments. We're going to see that deployed in war soon. We're going to see like cars, like genuine self-driving military vehicles on the field soon to like patrol areas. It's a Minority Report.
Are there any other ways that you're seeing kind of like military or defense tech now being used domestically?
Yeah, I mean, Predator drones that, you know, flew over Afghanistan, over Yemen for years are still there, are now patrolling the border. As far as we know, they are not armed. We're not doing drone strikes in Mexico, although
we've said we will.
People have been worried about that. I think that...
No, we've said we will.
With surveillance technology in general, it is usually used in foreign wars first, and then it comes back to the United States.
Yes, robot, very bad.
And they often try to use it in these like really high profile cases with really
they often have wheels. Here, I'll show you some in a second.
Sympathetic people to start with. So it might start with the Department of Homeland Security or the CIA or the NSA using a surveillance technology against someone that they consider to be a terrorist overseas. And then they might use it against a quote unquote terrorist in the United States or a mass shooter. But then that technology trickles down and it's used against undocumented immigrants. It's used against protesters. And then it's just used as part of day-to-day police work. And that's something that we've seen over and over and over again, where a technology that's used either in a war or like in an emergency context in the US suddenly gets used against.
By the way, like these robots are going to keep getting better. fucking flankers. Like, that shit's scary, guys. I don't like it. But on top of that, there's more to it than that. Like, here. We have these. Here. Oh, well, like, it's the corpos. The corpos own everything. You're a commodity. Oh, also these. We have these too. These are going to be used to carry, like, wounded or dead in a field of war. They're all automated. These are all automated tests. Like, it's pretty fucking bad. These are evil. All of it's evil. What is a corpo? A corporation. A billionaire. A very, very, very rich person who is evil. A demon, actually. Devils. Iblis.
Everyday citizens as like a routine thing that happens all the time.
And is there any sort of like oversight of these contracts or this technology? I mean, it seems like the federal government is deploying it. These local police departments deploy things like this. But is there any sort of oversight system for all of this tech that's being rolled out across the country?
They're supposed to follow the law. Like there's various privacy
They're supposed to follow the law is the best answer.
laws. It depends on what technology is being used. You know, they're
We have
supposed
privacy
to...
laws in this country, Jason?
We have some.
Not
We have some.
anymore.
So,
What?
for example, there was a case just last week regarding a cell tower dump. And what that means is...
Oh no, we hate, like in this channel, we hate billionaires. I am a socialist. I want to take all of their money away from them. They are demons. All that money developed as evil shit, but your social security, yeah, that's waste, fraud, and abuse. Minimum wage, waste, fraud, and abuse. Yeah, well, the USA is evil. It's the Hitler country, Natty. We're anti-America here. Oh wait, you're a bot. Never mind. Sorry, you're one of those fucking Palantir bots. Your account was created like a week ago. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. We're learning about how the government puts fake fucking bots into social media to try and trick you into incriminating yourself. So you're gonna have to earn some trust there. Yeah, it's probably because in high school during my 2010s, my phone made so many aspects that made growing up with it objectively worse was app stores and internet browsers. I'm thinking of ways smartphones have stopped me from finding or searching for broader experiences, but I don't want to compromise my current ability and future potential to genuinely connect with other people. Yeah, you don't need to or sacrifice that at all. You can do that without having any form of a smartphone.
The cops were able to ask AT&T or Verizon for all of the phones that had connected to a specific
Wait,
cell.
that sounds like ChatGPT now. Now you're telling me that I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You're fine.
Phone tower to try to solve a murder, more or less. And so the cops were able to identify the murderer, but then they also identified thousands and thousands of innocent people. And a judge ruled that that was unconstitutional. And the way that something like that happens is
A judge
you have to have
ruled that this administration is unconstitutional.
people willing to fight this stuff in court. You have to have groups like these civil liberties groups, or in many cases, criminal defense attorneys who are willing to fight these surveillance tools on a constitutional grounds. And sometimes,
stick around.
Courts will say that this is illegal, but often that comes like years after this
Don't
technology is
forget to go drop a like on the YouTube stream, guys. It really helps.
already being used against people. And so the complicated answer to your question is that sometimes these technologies are ruled illegal, but it usually takes a really long time, and often their use is normalized before that actually happens.
I think of this horrifying moment constantly. Last summer, I was at the White House for this content creators event, and Neera Tanden, a Biden official, got up on stage in front of a crowd of hundreds of content creators and said, "Who wants to remove anonymity from the internet? Don't you wish you could unmask every single troll?" And every single person in there raised their hand, which even journalists to me, or like these content creators that consider themselves journalists.
Oh, no. They want to get rid of all anonymity on the... Jesus Christ. They just want to turn the internet into exactly the same thing as reality. There is no freedom to be had. We need to start creating like our own shit. Fuck using their systems. Like, you guys are engineers. There's engineers in this chat. Build something. Build infrastructure so we don't need to rely on theirs. Build like a local network so that people in your town have a local subnet to access. You can block off parts of the net so that you need to first come through like a door, the data gate, and then have them come in. Build that little anonymous space for your community, like for your like physical community. It would be a locational thing. You'd have to be there and connect to that network. But to connect to that network subnet, you first have to go through the gate of the subnet. So everyone in that subnet still can talk to each other. There's little, like you can build shit in it. You just can't use this internet. It's not even like darknet shit. It's just building your own little space. I helped build a NetPlay client. I did my part. I'm retiring. Do it again. There's no retiring. We don't rest until, there ain't no rest for the wicked, mate.
And it was so scary. And then she did this whole sort of Q&A about why we need to remove anonymity from the internet and why we need facial recognition and all this stuff. And this is from the Democrats. So it seems like both political parties are just completely aligned. You see this also with these moves to push age verification online, which would tie your offline identity to your online behavior. I mean, this is all stuff that I feel like both political parties criticized China and authoritarian countries for years. And now they seem completely aligned in wanting to roll it out.
Literally want to do it themselves.
Here. Why do you think there's no sort of cohesive political effort on the left to fight back against this stuff?
Because the left doesn't exist in America anymore. I'm sorry. Like, it's just fallen apart. That's it.
This is Democracy Now!
You want to know what's happening here? You want to know what the left looks like? Let's listen to Naomi Klein, the writer of the Shock Doctrine. Excellent fucking, you know, book. Keffels is straight up Linux tutorial streamer lately. Really? Interesting. I need to learn how to use Linux. Apparently, PDFs aren't safe because you can apparently run Linux in a PDF, which is terrifying. They want to see your username and they want to know your real name, email, bank accounts, credit score, voting records, fucking everything. But you still have no constitutional protections because platforms are not publishers. And also, even if you did have that, they don't care. Yeah. I'm learning and I'm decent at coding, but not great, and I'm decent. Well, like, if you're doing it for fun, that's one thing, you know? Like, learning and enjoying it, but like I didn't go to school for this and I haven't even really spent the time learning it. Like you're well ages ahead of me, Shard, because you're actually like, you know, a researcher, a scientist.
Democracy Now!
Actually, before we start this, let me go pee. And then we will have a look at End Times Fascism. All right.
Now.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We spend the rest of the hour with award-winning journalist and author Naomi Klein. She has a major new piece out, co-authored with Astra Taylor for The Guardian newspaper. It's headlined, The Rise of End Times Fascism. It looks at the apocalyptic fervor of the far right. In it, they write, quote, "The most powerful people in the world are preparing for the end of the world, and they themselves are frenetically accelerating. That is not so far away."
The most powerful people are preparing for the end of the world, an end that they themselves are frenetically accelerating. That is not so far away from the more or less mass-marketed vision of fortress nations that has gripped the hard right globally from Italy to Israel.
From the more mass-market vision of fortress nations that's gripped the far right globally from Italy to Israel, Australia to the United States. In a time of ceaseless peril, openly supremacist movements in these countries are positioning their relatively wealthy states as armed bunkers, Naomi Klein writes. She's also professor of climate justice at the University of British Columbia, founding co-director of the UBC Center for Climate Justice. Her latest book, Doppelganger, A Trip into the Mirror World.
Now, this is an interesting book if you haven't read it. It's about Naomi Klein constantly being confused with Naomi Wolf, but she explores the concept of, like, we don't live in a shared reality anymore, and that these people believe things that just aren't, like, they just believe whatever the hell they want, even if it has nothing to do with reality. And it's the mirror world. They live in the mirror world. That is what this book describes.
Naomi, welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. If you can start off by talking about your piece and what exactly you mean by talking about the end times, fascism.
Well, it's very good to be with you, Amy. This isn't the most cheerful piece I've ever written, with Astra Taylor, a very close collaborator, founder of the Debt Collective. And we were trying to kind of map what is similar and what is different about the type of far-right politics that we're seeing today. And I should say the piece is not only grim, it also looks at what this can mean for a response to this particular form of fascism, because we can't fight it if we don't understand it. So I think a lot of very good scholarship attempting to understand authoritarianism today, whether it's Trump or figures like Duterte or Modi, have looked at similarities between these far-right
popular names shift by generation. That's why.
Figures and, say, Mussolini or Hitler, and have taken a kind of a checklist approach of looking at what is similar to the past, right? And I think there's a lot of value in that, but the risk of it is that it doesn't look at what is new and what is particular to our time. Fascism always is an attempt by the right to resolve a crisis of its own era, right? So in the 1930s, they were attempting to resolve, in Germany, the humiliations of the First World War, the impacts of the Great Depression, and to propose a unity in the face of...
You're confusing her with Naomi Wolf, which is the entire prospect of that book that we just looked at, Doppelganger.
That for the in-group. But our moment is different, and one of the things that makes it different, I mean, if you think about fascism in the 1930s, this is before the atomic bomb, it's before they understood climate change, and we are in a moment where our elites, whether they admit it or not, do understand that our economic model, and I've written books about this and talked about it with you in the past, is at war with life on Earth, right?
Literal death cult shit, as I've been telling you for a year now.
And they are barreling down this road of more and more extraction of fossil fuels, of all kinds of, basically anything they can extract from this earth and turn into energy and money, particularly now with AI, which is a energy and resource hog, water, LNG, critical minerals, all of it. So we're trying to understand how this is informing the kind of fascism that we're seeing. And also, we're trying to understand what unites this kind of strange Frankenstein coalition that Trump represents, where he's bringing together
resentment and envy. These are the two things that represent the whole of MAGA. Everyone in MAGA, no matter which part of it you are, whether you're part of the zombies, whether you're part of the demons, the ghouls, the liches, all of them have in common resentment and envy.
These, the richest people in the world who have ever existed, with many working class people. So what binds the vision, right? And what we come up with in this piece, or what we propose in this piece, is that they all have given up on this world. Like they all have bought into a kind of apocalyptic fever, right? Whether it's Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and their investments in outer space and sort of writing off this planet, whether AI, which is willing to sacrifice this animate world in order to build an artificial world, or whether it's the more populist MAGA vision of the fortress nation state, right, which is thinking, okay, we know more and more people are going to be coming. We know that disaster is on the horizon. I've listened to a lot of Steve Bannon for when I was writing Doppelganger, and it's all
package. Yay, more cat litter. Always love that. I drive a motorcycle and I don't have a car, so I have to get my groceries delivered to me, including like some stuff like cat litter. I'm glad she's pointing out the apocalyptic thing. I think it's such a critical aspect to this culture. It's a death cult. That's the whole point. It is just a death cult.
very survivalist, right? It's all of the commercials pretty much are selling gold because the economy is going to collapse, ready to eat meals for 90 days because you never know what's going to happen. So it sees the nation and the in-group as being inside the bunker, and then it's exiling the out-group to all of these.
A lot of fetishization of the apocalyptic events too. Yeah, they want it. Like they're enjoying the thought of it.
Lawless territories that you've been covering on the show. So it's not the same vision, but what it shares is this apocalyptic fever. And then, of course, all of it is following a similar structure, like narrative structure, to the biblical rapture. And of course, you have people who believe in that within the Trump coalition, who are Christian Zionists. Like
Death cults are popular because nobody believes in the future anymore. And nobody believes in the future anymore because you don't engage with the world. You don't invest in the world that you live in. Why would you believe in the future if you spend all of your time online? She's saying the thoughts as I'm typing. Yeah, literally. You would never invest in you wouldn't care about the future if you don't care about your neighbors. If you don't think that you can have a good life going forward. You have to create that, though. Dystopian sci-fi as a business model, yeah.
Huckabee and Pete Hegseth, who believe that the actual end times is coming, and they think it's all going to go down in Israel, and all of the horror that you report on so well and so committedly on the show. These are all good signs if you believe in the rapture, right? Because it means that the end is coming.
Oh, and remember, 32% of Americans do believe that the rapture will happen in our lifetime. So, and 32% of Americans is not a small number.
And the faithful are going to be lifted up to a golden city in the sky. So what we're looking at is like the religious version of that story, the fundamentalist
about
religion.
112 million people, but I was being nice with my wording, but she's saying is vaguely referencing, Christo death cultist unironically wanting this shit to happen. Yeah, look, it's not even that they want it to happen. They're making it happen. The entire reason America funds Israel this much is because of that. AIPAC is run by rich Christian nationalists. They're Christians. There's also just the super rich that have brain damage from losing most of their existential fears, and also the people who were born super rich, so they're just less human. I've always wanted to use the term death cult, but it's just dawning on me how serious it is that some of these people literally don't believe in the future. Most people literally don't believe in the future. It's actual ISIS people. Yeah, we started off with the Taliban government, now we have the ISIS people in charge. You're not allowed to say the Z word, but I just called them zoophilic. But yeah, they're just evangelicals. It's the same thing.
Religious version of that story where you literally believe you're going to be saved and taken up to heaven.
Oh, also the people who believe this also believe that the Jews that do the fighting that will bring Jesus back go to hell. They don't get to go to heaven either. That's what they believe. If you think that that's I don't know, logical. You know, if Jesus really did come back, that motherfucker ain't saying shit after seeing the media. Bro is probably just out here helping LGBT kids get care. If he did come back, that's probably not wrong. It's actually TOS, yeah. Don't worry, though. It's fine. They don't go too hard on it, but if I said it, I might get in a bit more trouble.
But also the secular vision where your wealth protects you or your citizenship protects you and you get your own version of that golden bunkered city.
You mentioned Gaza, and you just came from the Jewish Voice for Peace conference in Baltimore, where several thousand people gathered from around the country. Our latest headline, the Israeli military calling up tens of thousands of reservists as Israel's security cabinet unanimously
He just keeps coming back and keeps getting hit with an Israeli drone strike.
Approved plans this weekend to expand its assault on Gaza, where Israel's already killed over 52,000 Palestinians, and that's by far an undercount in the last 19 months. Israel's killed more than 2,400 Palestinians just since it shattered the ceasefire in March. This comes as Israel's devastating blockade and food aid has entered its third month. Palestinian health officials say 57 Palestinians have already starved to death. According to UNICEF, more than 9,000 children have been admitted for treatment for acute malnutrition so far this year. And aid groups...
If as many Christians think Jesus and all of us, Jesus had died countless times in Gaza, but they don't think that. The people who believe in the rapture don't read the Bible. They're not Christians because they don't believe in Christianity. They're just the death cult part of it. They don't believe in any real Christian values. They don't. They are anti-Christian values in pretty much every context. They're also anti-American. They hate Christianity and they hate America. More than pretty much, like, ISIS hates America less than MAGA does. Because ISIS doesn't know enough about America to hate it as much as MAGA does. Same with Christianity.
Like Norwegian Refugee Council blasting a new Israeli proposal to take control and distribution and put U.S. security contractors in charge. If you can talk, as you so often do, about what's happening in Gaza and the West Bank and what the centrality of Israel in President Trump and the current U.S. government, although it was also
Which,
the
by the way,
past.
remember that we covered today that Trump is going to Israel next week before Israel conquers all of Gaza. Not mentioning at all what's going to happen to the 2 million Palestinians there. You know, the Palestinian question. Didn't that dude do some pedo stuff or say somebody, isn't he canceled? You mean Louis C.K., not C.S. Lewis. Those are different people. C.S. Lewis is the guy who wrote Narnia. Although he is also, like, really insane. Like, Narnia is filled with Christian propaganda and is also insane, so.
Biden's worldview and approach to foreign policy.
Did you know that in the Chronicles of Narnia, Aslan, the lion, is actually Jesus? I'm not kidding. Hold on. I'm sorry, we're talking about something serious, but this is very funny. It's actually Jesus. Like, the full-on. I'm gonna get copyright for this. God damn it, I can't show you this. Here. Yeah, well, I mean, there's several of them. There was several books. But, yeah. I mean, to be fair, he's old. So, like, at his, like, period of time, he's not any, like, he's not a Christian apologist. He's just a Christian. He's just old. It's too late. Yeah, I probably already got copyrighted for that. Did the YouTube stream crash? No, we're good. Cool. They didn't get me. It takes more than 1 second.
So I don't think there is a single answer to understanding what the driving forces are. And this is what we're trying to get at, is that there's a kind of an overlap of these different apocalyptic worldviews. Some of them are religious and some of them are secular, right? So I think that people who subscribe to this like literalist version of the rapture believe that all of this is good news, in the sense that, according to the story that they believe in.
I literally get copyright claimed on YouTube every stream, so, you know.
that the Israelites have to return to Greater Israel. Those are the preconditions for the return of the Messiah. They have to rebuild the third temple. So you have this convergence of interest between the religious extremists in the Netanyahu government, who are absolutely committed to rebuilding the third temple. They really want to do it. They want to destroy Al-Aqsa. This is why so much attention is focused on it. But then, does Trump believe that? I don't think Trump believes that.
Trump
what
doesn't
he
believe
views
anything.
for Gaza is
Trump just wants shit. Like, he doesn't believe in anything. Oh man, I read No Logo like 25,000 years ago. No Logo was great. We were talking about Doppelganger in the beginning. Have you read Doppelganger? Because it's excellent.
He sees resources, he sees money, he sees a private, resort. Exactly. But this is something I've been saying from the beginning. I think the interests have been fairly consistent in terms of what the end goal is, which is a depopulation of Gaza, pushing Palestinians out, whether through death or whether through forced exile, whether through ethnic cleansing. And under the Biden administration, there was a denial that was what was going on. And under the Trump administration, it's all out in the open. So, this is what is going on. Now,
again, there's like 2 million Palestinians left. If they're going to take all of Gaza, where are they going? They can't go south. The Egyptians won't take them. There's literal Egyptian military at the gate to make sure they can't just run into Egypt. Are they going to go to Jordan? Are they going to go to the West Bank? Are they going to get, I don't know, airlifted into America?
What the reason for that is, I think, differs. But this is part of what we're getting at in the piece, Astra and I, is that there's a confluence of interest in terms of what Israel represents. Some of the supporters of the Trump administration in the tech industry are talking about wanting freedom cities, for instance, these privatized corporate cities.
Oh, look, they're already talking about making Night City.
And they talk about this as tech Zionism. They have a lot of admiration for the idea that Israel was created, they say, from a book, Theodor Herzl's books. And they say, well, why can't we start our own country, our own private countries? Why do we have to, abide by the rules of the nation state?
Technocratic Zionism is a word that I never wanted to hear in my life.
So, I think part of the support for Israel isn't just our classic understandings either of Jewish Zionism or Christian Zionism, although that's absolutely going on. It's also this idea of a very technologically advanced startup country, right? Israel has marketed itself that way. And a lot of these tech companies want to do that in San Francisco. They want to push everybody out who doesn't agree with them, who's poor, who have more needs.
Remember, Trump talked about homeless camps before getting elected as well, getting all of the homeless people into centers where they could receive medical care and have housing that are far away from the city. It's all here, it's all been laid out for you.
And create their kind of corporate privatized utopia. So
it is what's happening right now is the collapse of the US government in the same way that the Soviet Union collapsed. What's happening right now is the privatization of the government. There will be no government at the end of this, maybe a tiny little speck of one that exists for show, and everything else is done through the corporations. Medical care, housing, work training, of course. Of course, you're going to get all of that for free when we have no government to fund it. Remember, because all of these are funded by the billionaires. They get to build the prisons. They get to build the camps. They get to make you work in them.
I'm not saying this is a coherent agenda. I'm saying that there's a lot of
they've gone beyond Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand would be like, this is too far.
That follow a similar structure and share similar goals, if that makes sense.
Yes. The overall issue obviously is hard to make sense of, and most of Trump's supporters are neither wealthy nor are they Christian Zionists. So why are they backing this whole approach?
Well, it's not clear the extent to which they actively back it, but I think that they see a kinship in the ethno-state.
Shuva, right? Because that is the plan, and that is what's happening. So
A lot of Trump supporters are becoming increasingly Christian nationalist about the United States, and this has been, carefully fostered by figures like Steve Bannon. And so when they look at Israel, they see a country that is openly an ethno-state that is fortressing.
Remember when we watched Steve Bannon say on TV, saying Israel, like, we love you Jews, but it's the American leftist Jews that are the biggest threat to Israel. Remember that, like a month ago?
Itself in a sea of its enemies, and they want to do something similar, and they're sharing technologies, they're sharing legal precedents, tools. So there's a kinship, and and we're seeing this now with India with its attacks on Kashmir, following us, using similar techniques that Israel has used in Gaza.
Okay, so Naomi is definitely going on the side of Pakistan here, which makes sense. Same reason why Japan loved the Nazis. They're very, very exclusive. The funniest thing that I know about the Nazis and the Imperial Japanese was that during World War II, the Nazis tried to warn the Japanese of the Jews and their like global cabal of powerful like banks and all of that. And the Japanese response was, they sound like powerful allies. And the Japanese tried to tell the Nazis about like 8-foot-tall spirits roaming the woods in Japan to be careful at night. And the Nazis all were like, ancient Aryans? And it's just very funny.
There is a kind of a solidarity of the ethno-states, and they are sharing, they're even trading trinkets of, golden pagers and swapping chainsaws. This is something that I think, when you're inside the crucible of it here in the United States.
No, it's not that they were ghosts as white. It's because they were 8 foot tall, and they thought of like ancient Aryans as like 8 foot tall giants, like that's what they thought. So the Japanese were just the OG trolls. Yeah, kinda. Japan is an ethno-state full on. Yeah, it is. That's why they're a dying country, by the way. It's because no one in Japan is having children, because they're an ethno-state and all of their like men are shitty, because the culture that they live in has not changed and grown and has stayed consistently repressive. The same issue exists in South Korea, not to the same extent with the ethno-state, but much more of the culture makes it so that men are expected to act a certain way and provide everything for the family, and then men end up having resentment towards women. And now there's full-on like battles, gender fighting in the streets of South Korea. They're also terrified of foreigners integrating. Well, they're not terrified of it, they're disgusted by it. That's the difference.
The States under Trump, it's hard to see the extent to which this is an international project on the right, and they are influencing.
A culture that refuses to grow and change dies. Cultures of exclusion well included.
One another.
And what does unite them, this whole fortress mentality, is this hatred of immigrants.
Japan could say, right now, we are looking for healthy men who will come to Japan and work and try and find a wife. And there would be a line physically, like across the country, of weebs who want to apply to go to Japan to try and find a Japanese wife and a job. Are you kidding me?
You have President Trump just saying he doesn't even know, he's not a lawyer, so he doesn't know if he has to uphold the Constitution, he said.
That's because he's not actually reading anything. He just does what his lawyers say or what the people around him say. No one tells him anything. He just acts on what he's told, and they don't tell him everything because he'll just say it all anyway if they don't want him to. If they don't want him to know something, if he doesn't need to know something, they don't know something. Every major empire in world history was in some way inclusive, even if oppressive. True. My second favorite streamer is from Japan. My first favorite is half Japanese. I find it odd. That makes sense. Americans love Japan. They need to do open borders to anyone at this point. Yeah, like literally, Japan will die as a culture if they don't.
I mean, this is what I'm trying to get at about the awareness that we are in an age of consequences, that when you don't act in the face of the climate crisis.
We are in the find out part of the fuck around timeline is what she's saying.
Decades after, when scientists have been warning you that more and more of the world becomes uninhabitable, and lo and behold, people move to try to find safety. in the face of wars, in the face of economic deprivation, and in the face of ecological disasters. And so that fortressing of the nation state, and this is what I think Israel's come to represent, just as a very small nation that is extremely
right,
fortressed, right? Whether it's with the high-tech walls, the Iron Dome. Trump says now, I want not an Iron Dome, but
we're building a Golden Dome, which is going to be based off of space, like a space station that holds missiles that would then fire from space to intercept missiles. That's what they want to. That's where all of your money's going. Besides, like, in the pockets of 7 people.
Golden Dome, right?
And AI.
That all of this is whether it's stated.
That's actually not a bad idea either. Like the Golden Dome thing, it's just we had a treaty that you couldn't put missiles and weapons in space, and I thought that was better. So, like, now that we don't have that, that's kind of shitty. But if you can fire missiles from space, decent defense tactic. Now, building that's going to cost an arm and a leg.
Explicitly,
and a military parade that'll cost tens of millions of dollars as he slices and dices the government on his birthday in June.
So the pattern is protecting the in-group and exiling and cleansing the out-groups, right? And so that, I think, is if there is support.
I need Turkey to go to the moon and build the first orbital base, and then the world will be Turkish once again.
Among the MAGA base for Israel, it's less out of a love for Israel than more out of an identification. Like, they are doing what we want to do.
Exactly.
Here.
By the way, this is why we are friendly with Russia and China and India. It's not because Trump is like a foreign agent. It's because the views of our government and theirs align. The ways that they want to achieve those goals also align.
You write many things in your piece, and I just want to go to one of them. You say...
Oh, yeah, the concentration camp over here with puppy killer, puppy shooter.
In talking about Musk's apocalyptic vision you talk about, and also detailing the end times fascism, this whole issue of the rise of the city state, the corporate city state. I think this is a new concept for many. They're not going to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they're called monopoly towns back in the day.
Southern Texas, Starbase, just this group of people who are mainly workers at SpaceX, have just voted to make a city right there.
Oh, look, we've already started with the monopoly towns. Perfect. A tungsten rod from space ought to do the trick perfectly. Like Mass Driver, yeah.
Yeah, and we've had sort of... the idea of a company town is not entirely new, right? And Disney had Celebration Florida, and there are lineages to this, right? Colonial lineages to this. I live in Canada, which started as the Hudson's Bay Company, right? So it was a company before it was a country. So there's some precedent for this. But I think I've been following this out of the corner of my eye, Amy, because this is where the libertarians...
Are company towns just gulag lights? Yes, that's exactly what they are. They're gulag lights, but you can't leave. Like, you're in the gulag light. You can walk around. You got shops that you can go to, but you can only spend, let's say, the company money in the company facilities. And if you want to go to a different town and you get paid in X bucks, and that town takes US dollars, you're fucked, mate.
Have been going for a while.
Jesus Christ,
there was Peter Thiel has been obsessed with this idea. It's increasingly being called exit, so exiting the nation and just starting your own country where you can set your own tax level, you can make your own regulations.
So they want to kill America, like properly. Remember, Peter Thiel is the guy who owns the vice president. They just want to kill America. They just want to exit. They want a U.S. exit. U.S. exit from what? The U.S. It's no longer the United States of America. It is the States of America. That's what they want.
Or
not. And countries and these little corporate countries will compete with one another to try to attract capital, right? So in a way, it's an extension of the free trade zone.
This really does come down to the wealthy have forgotten how capital works. Like, they don't know where money comes from. They don't understand. She's talking about cyberpunk, literally.
and this is in a way like a denationalized country within a country. But Trump started to float this in 2023, the idea that he would create 10 freedom cities on the campaign trail. I don't think his base much knew what he was talking about, but now you have all these lobbyists who fully intend to take him up on it. And we're starting to see the beginning of this with the SpaceX city.
We're getting Night City.
So you also write about El Salvador's terrorism confinement center, the notorious prison Secat, where so many hundreds of people have been sent from the United States. And at the same time, in the last 24 hours, President Trump saying he wants to reopen the notorious Alcatraz, an island in San Francisco.
By the way, guys, I want to say this again. I need you to stop letting the fascists waste your time. Like, when you hear someone talk about, oh, Trump's opening Alcatraz, just, that's good. Move on. They were going to build camps and prisons for you anyway. It's not new. Don't react to it. Don't give them any attention. When someone's like, oh, yeah, Trump's going to run for a third term. That's nice, mate. Keep moving. Do not pay them any attention. Ignore them. The stuff that's important, you'll know is important. He says he's opening it. It's going to, who cares? Who cares, Headless Chicken? It doesn't matter. It's a waste of your time, it's a distraction, and it's a way for them to control your emotional state. Don't react to the things they want you to react to. It's not news. It's just not. Yeah, exactly. It's not news. So stop thinking about it and stop talking about it, because you're validating the existence of it now. Like, by talking about it, you're validating the idea that this is a thought that can be argued, that you can have a conversation about it. That it's not just like incredibly stupid. You're by acknowledging it and trying to put in facts, what you're actually doing to the people that are dumb is saying, this is something that can be argued. It's not black or white. It has to be black and white. There's no gray. A lot of the Redditors were able to tune out the Alcatraz shit super quickly. Basically, everyone was like, it's dumb and stupid, back to protest strategies. And that's what I need you to do. Like, no, I know. I know you haven't argued otherwise. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when you hear other people say this stuff, I need you to not pay attention to it or care. I need you to move past them. I will say it isn't always easy to know what's important, what's not a necessary challenge, but we'll still challenge. Like, if it sounds like something that you could have guessed, it's not important. If again, like, this is a prison opening. There's a bunch of camps being built, and the prison industry made a fuckload of money off Trump. Why wouldn't they do it? Who cares? Move on. You know, use the context around you. Don't pay them mind. Don't validate the thought by talking about it.
If you can talk about the prison as a model for what Trump wants to put forward, and particularly in relation, as we see, motivating so much to immigrants.
Well, this is an incredibly bleak vision. So repression is always a huge part of any kind of fascist project, right? You need to contain the outgroup. You need to disappear the outgroup. So this part of it is not new. But I think what is so worrying to me is that Trump was elected promising all kinds of things to his base, right? He promised to eliminate inflation. He promised to bring these great jobs home. He's not delivering on any of that.
No, all of those jobs are going to robots.
So the sadistic part of his project is really all he has to offer, right? I think one of the most chilling things I've ever seen in the United States was Trump sharing that video at his 100-day rally of just pure sadism, of just looking at prisoners as entertainment, being shaved, being shackled, being paraded. And
that the suffering is part of their goal. They want you to suffer. It's enjoyable to them. The cruelty is part of the point.
He's not delivering on the price of eggs, and he's not delivering on the jobs, by the way, because he's throwing all in. He's going all in on AI. So the jobs that are coming back seem to be mainly for robots. It's not actually for his base. And so this scales up the need for the sadism. And these spectacles, right?
Because that's how fascism works. It needs that to fuel it. If they stop paying attention to the spectacle, they're gonna realize that there's a giant red, white, and blue dick being jammed up their ass.
And I think that that's what something like Alcatraz represents. He's a TV producer first and foremost, right? He's producing spectacles. And the less he has to offer economically, tangibly, materially, the more he leans on the sadism.
You write, the governing ideology of the far right has become a monstrous supremacist survivalism.
It literally always has been socialism or barbarism. This is just barbarism.
Task is to build a movement strong enough to stop them. What would that movement look like, or what do you see is being formed right now?
You know, what we're doing in this piece by laying out the bleakness of the vision. And when I say bleakness, you know, I think it's beyond something we've seen before, because there's always an apocalyptic quality to fascism, but fascism of the 1930s and 40s had a horizon. Like, after the apocalypse, people were being promised a future, a pastoral, peaceful little piece of land where they could live out their lives, you know? Even though Trump talks about a golden age, there really isn't a future that the base believes in. You know, and this is what I've learned by consuming far too much MAGA media, Amy. They envision a future of endless war, right? And this is why they're bunkering down. This is why they're buying ready-to-eat meals to last. This is why they're buying gold and crypto. They think the whole thing is going down.
And they're making it do it.
And why Elon Musk is trying to have so many children, at least 14 at this point, but he's actually explicitly texted it, saying, we've got to do this much faster, as he proposed to one of the women he has children with, saying, we got to...
The amount of, like, psychosis and brain rot, Jesus Christ, oi, oi, oi.
Start using surrogates.
So they don't believe in the future, is the bottom line. And that is... you know, I think I've been in a lot of progressive spaces.
This is what I mean. The words that you use shape your reality. If you talk about war every day for a few years, you're going to feel like you're in a war. If you say, I want war every day for years, the people who see it every day are also going to have that thought in the back of their mind. Your words affect not only your reality, but the way that you perceive it, but also the way that others perceive it, because they hear words from you and then they think about them. And if you're not clear about what you meant about the word, they're just going to assign their own meaning to it. And even if you are, they probably still are going to assign their own meaning to it. And then that turns into something. The words you use matter. It literally changes all of reality.
In recent months, where we've talked about building these very broad coalitions, including with people who we don't entirely disagree with. I've never encountered a potential coalition more broad than the idea of, how about if we believe in this world? How about if we believe in the future? Because we're up against people who are actively betting against the future, right? Not just actively betting against it, but fueling the fires that are burning this world. Actively fueling it. So I think that if we have the courage really to look at the bleakness of what they believe in, which is an apocalyptic future, then we have our work cut out for us of being the people who actually believe in this realm, in this world, in the beauty of creation and of each other.
Naomi Klein, I want to thank you for being with us, award-winning journalist, author, columnist.
Like, she's right. That's absolutely the case. Or you can end up like this. It's either fix things with, I don't know, your words and your effort, or this is America.
Yeah. Gentlemen, let's get serious.
Very serious.
I think there is nothing in the war, and I'm pretty much sure you don't want to wage a war against Pakistan, because even you yourself...
You are wrong!
Pakistan.
We won't war this time!
You know it very well.
You are saying that you will go to war? Now you're scared? Now you're scared because we're coming after you.
I'm playing this one again for you, Captain Buggy, because you didn't see it earlier.
We are going to get you by your tongues, by your neck.
Insanity.
And we are going to burn you to the ground. I've been saying it again.
Also, again, I know that Pak means Pakistan, but the way that they've written it, this looks like a pejorative.
पहले पठानकोट किया, फिर पुलवामा किया तुमने, अब पहलगाम किया, मर जाएगा। 2004 में you did Kaluchak.
Naval forces, they are on the border.
We will show you what a massacre looks like. We are going to come and massacre you.
The question is, this is literally the meme of like, fuck you, no, fuck you, no, fuck you. all over. I was reading and legit had to question if it was a slur. Yeah, it looks like one, doesn't it? It really, really does. I genuinely, I would think it's a slur. We're going to raid Complaining Laney because it's been a hot minute and she's based. And all I know is her stream is titled No Ethan Zone to start with, and that's a good start, I would think. It looks like a slur, so I'm not typing it ever. Yeah, absolutely. Good night, everybody. Join the Discord and go and drop a like on the stream. I will see you all tomorrow, and have a lovely evening.